Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hold it now.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
As J.P. Mason fumbled the ball here in the final seconds of the game, and that'll be the last play. Niners will walk out to midfield, and Kyle Shanahan will greet his friend Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur has beaten the 49ers 3 or 4 times now in the regular season. But, of course, 0-3 against Kyle in the playoffs, and that'll be the game. The Niners wind up losing here in Green Bay by a score of 38-10.
And as good as Jordan Love is as a young, talented player, he's still trying to figure it out. Didn't turn it over today. The 49ers helped him out by dropping a few of those interceptions. But I promise you, Matt LaFleur, looks like there's a little scuffle out in midfield. I promise you, with Juwan Jennings, Matt LaFleur is going to lean on that horse, Josh Jacobs, and continue to give him the rock as this year goes on.
The final call from Lambeau Field. Niners lose 38-10, licking their wounds, getting back at it Sunday in Buffalo. Such a short week. They're going to have John Lynch in just a few minutes to talk to us at 8 a.m. And then Leonard Floyd, our player of the week, at 9:30. Also Mike Silver at 8:50 to talk about this wacky NFL landscape. And we do want to thank Mike Krukow and wish his family a big happy Thanksgiving, because Mike is sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan find savings on every model. All right, transitioning out of Krukow and the Giants into John Lynch and the 49ers. By the way, speaking of the 49ers, Ricky Waters in studio at 12:30. For who? For what? Ricky Waters, who famously said much maligned after the Niners won that Super. Steve Young, much maligned. And I'll tell you what, I'll tell you a true story. They haven't won a Super Bowl since that guy left the backfield. I'm telling you guys, this guy was, at Notre Dame, one of the most perfect fits in that quote-unquote West Coast offense in terms of outside zone running and catching the ball and running. Oh, man. So he was a talented runner. He was a gifted receiver. And then in the open field, he could make people miss. And then after 94, he and the Niners didn't see eye to eye on his compensation, and he split for the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah. And it was never the same. Mm-hmm. It was never the same until McCaffrey, really. Yeah. Frank Gore, obviously. Frank's like.
Yeah, but
Frank Gore's Frank Gore, but Frank Gore wasn't
from
the
a
pass
different
catcher.
cloth.
No,
yeah, different type of receiving back.
Yeah. So, and when are we going to see McCaffrey? By the way, turn into McCaffrey.
You'll see him this weekend. Will he be that vintage McCaffrey is the question.
John Lynch told us last time, remember, he goes, he's going to break out, I can tell, but he did not break out. And what are they going to do about Jordan Mason and not playing him? They keep saying it's hard to take McCaffrey off the field. And I'm like, well, it's not that hard. Mm-hmm. Not when he's averaging 2-point whatever a carry or 3-point whatever a carry.
And we talked to John Lynch about this last Friday. I asked him about Christian McCaffrey's usage, and he said, look, in a perfect world, we would be able to spell Christian McCaffrey with Jordan Mason and have that luxury of using both these guys in the same drive. But when you're going 3 and out, when you're running 3 plays in the first quarter, when you don't get your first down until 6 minutes left in the second quarter, it's hard to get into a flow of the game where you can get deeper in your playbook and deeper with your depth so that you can spell a Jordan Mason for a Christian McCaffrey.
Man, oh man. I mean, they're going to Buffalo Sunday night, and, can McCaffrey do something? Can Mason do? Is Purdy going to be the quarterback? He did a light bit of throwing on Monday. By the way, they've never told us what it is, and John's not going to tell us either. They just say shoulder.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? I mean, structural, bone, bruise, ligament, sprain, tear, twist, what?
Yeah, and that's another thing we got some clarification on last Friday when we talked to John. Just the fact that we know that Brock Purdy got an MRI. Now, of course, they didn't discuss what the actual results are, but Jay Glazer did have a report this weekend that the 49ers did have a second MRI after he pulled himself out of practice last Thursday, I believe it was. So I don't think we've gotten those results either. So it is just really a big question mark with Brock Purdy moving forward. Not only the type of injury he has, but whether or not he'll be good to go this weekend.
Right. And then there's other thoughts. Somebody wrote in and said, go ahead and 408 says, lose the game, team tank. I'm like, here already. By the way, I saw it was Mike Sando's column where he was talking to an I know, it's ridiculous. Yeah. I was talking to Mike Sando talked to an unnamed NFC executive who said, yeah, the 49ers could put it together. He goes, and to be honest, though, I kind of wish they would. He said, I don't want to see them move up in the draft and get another stud to that roster. So some NFC exec was already worried about the Niners getting a good draft pick.
Interesting.
Yeah, right? By the way, while you ponder that, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I don't know how far up, how high they can climb on the draft ladder. I mean, they already have 7 losses.
I don't even want to start thinking about that, to be honest.
But we talked about being stuck in that 16 spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the worst spot to be in.
Maybe
when
the worst,
you miss the playoffs, but you also don't get a top 10 pick, and that's why they've kind of got to pick a direction of which they're going to go in. I don't think this is going to be the type of team that's going to wave the white flag, shut everybody down, and try to tank towards the end of the year, especially when they're only 1 game out of the division. Murph, there's plenty of football left. It's a tough task this weekend, but the season's still not over.
No, I'm looking at, by the way, I just asked the best players taken at number 16 all time. Russ Francis was taken at number 16. Gene Washington, Raymond Claiborne. These are some old names. Some really old names. Jerry Rice was taken at number 16.
There it is.
There it is.
Stay in number 16.
I was already thinking about it. They got it. Like, if you're the Niners, so I saw Colin Cowherd said the Niners need to majorly retool the entire organization. Like, no, they don't. Think about it. They have a quarterback, right? Think about this. They have a quarterback. They have an RB1 for next year, right? They have a WR1 for next year, right? And theoretically 2 with Pearsall. They have a TE1 in Kittle, right? Now, O-line, we can talk about that, maybe, but they have a starting guard, and I assume Trent's coming back. You know, did you see Jalen Moore graded out well in that game?
Did he really?
Yeah, he did. Remember, he didn't really say his name all night.
No, and that's what you want from an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
And that's something I brought up yesterday when we were talking about Christian McCaffrey not having the same success that we saw last year when he was putting up MVP-type numbers. He's only had 1 game so far this year in the 3-game sample size where he's had both George Kittle and Trent Williams out there. Right. Those guys have both missed a game. Now, of course, it's easier to run when those guys are out there. Not saying that Christian McCaffrey is going to turn back into Superman this next weekend, but I think that also factors in to the fact that this offensive line, especially last week, it felt like to me got beat in the trenches by the Packers.
Quite possibly. Yeah, O-line, I would say, is maybe the one. If you're going to have a reboot or a retool, I don't know. And then you go to D-line, there's some holes there. Because other than Nick Bosa, and then you patch in Len Floyd, who is going to join us today, and the tackles are not super stout, right? Get the linebacker. Theoretically, you have Warner and Greenlaw next year. And then you get to the secondary, and I think you kind of like the young secondary.
Yeah, a lot of
I don't think they need a total reboot like Cowherd was saying, but I would say that the O-line and the D-line, which are fairly important, need to beef up and get better.
You got to win the battle of the trenches.
Yeah. Are we making the connection now with
I believe so.
with Johnny Lynch here? We told you guys, everybody, that the schedule changed because of Thanksgiving. So John Lynch is usually on a Friday. Well, we're off on Friday. Oh, he needs 5 minutes?
All
okay,
right.
cool. We'll continue to vamp then.
We'll give him 5.
Is that the John Lynch Friday hit becomes a Tuesday hit. So there you go. All right, well, listen, let's get some of the sound then that we heard yesterday from the Niners. And let's talk about those missed tackles, Young Tone, about Cut Z from Shanahan. Everybody's talking about it. Why did they miss so many tackles, and who deserves the blame? And Kyle Shanahan said this.
I mean, I wouldn't say there's a disconnect. I would say, especially in that first half, they got some guys in space, and we sat in a chair a little too much versus that running back. And when you come to a jump stop on that running back, he is going to break your ankles. And he did it to a number of guys. It always helps if you can get 2 people there, but when we had 1 person there, he did as good as I've seen anyone make someone miss tackles in the way he ran. I thought we did better there in the second half. I think we ended up counting 12, so I know, but it doesn't matter. 12 is still way too many also. I thought we tightened it up there in the second half and tackled better and got him in some third downs and got off the field, which I thought gave us every chance to get back in the game. But that was really tough to do when we led 3 drives in a row with 3 turnovers in a row. So I thought that's really what killed us.
Okay, so he says, Josh Jacobs has a lot to do with it. He's very, very good, one of the better backs in the league. So that has something to do with it. Also just technique and some looks they weren't ready for. Now, this leads to the question of Nick Sorensen. And how we all know he was not their first choice, right? And so he was probably like their 4th or 5th choice. So the question is, do you make yet another move? I heard Barrows talking about this yesterday. If you make another move, that's 3 D coordinators in 3 years. Yeah. And I don't know if that's the right move. Now, what if Bob Sala is available? If Robert Sala is available? What if Jeff Ulbrich is available?
Then I think you have to pick up the phone and make the call.
Right.
I mean, I hate to say it to Nick Sorensen, but this is a result-based business. And if this is a team that does end up somehow, some way missing the playoffs, and we're talking about 3 divisional games you lost in the 4th quarter, you're talking about this performance we saw last week without Nick Bosa, I think a lot of the blame does go to Nick Sorensen. And whether or not they make it the change this offseason, I don't know if maybe they're thinking about making a change this season and maybe handing over play calling responsibilities from Nick Sorensen to Brandon Staley.
Well, probably not that dramatic this late in the season and all that. I mean, who knows what role Staley has played? We should probably ask John Lynch that coming up. He's probably played a role in these game plans, but just thinking about the possibility of a new D coordinator next year, I wouldn't rule it out, especially if Ulbricht's available. I mean, the Jets are moving on, right? Jets are going to hire a new coach. They're already talking about. Did they put out some news about they're using a search firm to find a new coach? You see that?
Sounds like Aaron Rodgers is looking for a new home next year.
Boy, Sando put out a blistering piece on the New York Giants and New York Jets of the last 10 years. Bro, they are just, his stats and his takedown was insane. They are the joke of the NFL. And he's like, and there's no difference, too. The only difference is that the Giants have sort of a sheen about them because of the New York Giants and because Eli won 2 bowls in the in this century. So we like that. But, dude, he's like, other than that, there's no difference. Running through head coaches, bad draft picks, bad coordinators, losing football, recycling everything, lather, rinse, repeat, fire everybody, hire another bad batch of guys. It's just like, it's terrible, man.
I mean, I've been saying for years, the best organization, the best pro football organization in New York is the Buffalo Bills. They're the only team that plays in New York, Murph. Those other 2 dumpster fires are out in New Jersey.
Remember the Cuomo sound we have for the pandemic?
I want to watch the Buffalo Bills.
I like to watch the Buffalo Bills. That was a great bite. But that's we're going to get a dose of that on Sunday.
We'll be seeing them on Sunday night.
Josh Allen. Have you seen that picture going around of Josh Allen as a kid in Candlestick, as wearing his Niner jersey with his family tailgating?
Fireball zone, right?
Yeah. He's a cute kid. He's probably like 12. He's wearing a Niner jersey, tailgating with his parents at Candlestick. I'm like, look at him. Here it was.
Personal disclosure, I want to watch the Buffalo Bills.
We used that a lot. We did back in the day. It was fun. So anyway, we'll ask John all about this stuff going forward. I mean, listen, they're 7-point underdogs at Buffalo. Josh Allen's an MVP candidate. They're 9-2. They just beat the Chiefs. They're coming off a bye. It's going to be 30 degrees. It's a night game. Bills Mafia's in the house. I mean, bro, this one stacks up. So here's my question. At 5-7, can you make a run? And the answer is, kind of. I mean, I know I've said the season is toast, and it kind of is. But, like, realistically, if you want to play the math game, it's actually out there, believe it or not.
I mean, you were talking about maybe a path to the wild card.
Well, if the Commanders keep backing up, that 7th spot opens. Now, the teams in front of them are the Rams, the Cardinals, and the Bucks. They play the Rams and the Cardinals. They've already beaten the Bucks. Listen, don't even go down this road,
a lot of football left.
All right, connection made. John Lynch, here we go.
He's humble.
Coach Walsh, without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, kind enough to adjust his schedule on a holiday week, and we'll get into some Thanksgiving chatter maybe in a little bit later in the conversation, but we do appreciate the president of football operations and general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, John Lynch, joining us on the UMA guest line. So, John, first and foremost, good morning. How you doing? How's your Tuesday, John?
Hey, morning, John.
Hey, guys. Doing okay. Kind of licking our wounds. And, the cool thing about this league, as long as I've been around it, more so than the NBA or baseball where you kind of play the next night or the next couple nights, we have to wait a little bit, but we do get an opportunity to get right back. And so I think the key thing is not turning a blind eye to what happened. We came in yesterday, players did, and took a good hard look at it. You try to learn from it. Then you try to file it away, and in fact, you have to. It's a requirement to file it away because you got someone, and this week in particular, a very good team like Buffalo at their place, and so that's a tough challenge. And so you have to use it as fuel, but you got to move forward, and that's a big part of success in this league.
Yeah, John, just kind of setting the tone. You kind of answered my first question, which was going to be kind of what's the mood? How would you describe the mood? Because you talk about turning the page. You also talk about a daunting task. And you also talk about not performing the way you wanted to on Sunday. So we talked to you on Friday, and you guys were kind of grumpy and ready to wash out the taste of Seattle. So how would you describe the mood today?
Well, I think we were embarrassed with the way that went the other day. That's not who we are. We've won a lot of football games, and we've been one of the better football teams in football over the past couple years. And so, that's an expectation from throughout the league, but it's also an expectation, most importantly, within our locker room. And I think a lot of reasons. I think why things might have transpired a certain way if you allow them to creep in, but you can't. We had everything we needed out there, and we just it comes down to the fundamentals of football. We didn't tackle well enough on defense, albeit against a very good running back in Josh Jacobs, and a really good scheme in terms of running the ball. We knew that would be a challenge. We weren't up to that task, and the same thing, careless penalties throughout the game. You go play a team like that sloppy when they're motivated, because we're the team that knocked them out last year, and we're a little compromised in terms of guys we have ready. It's not going to be a good outcome, and we were very disappointed with the way we didn't show up, and you got to do something about that in this league. That's what I know is, it's one thing to be disappointed. What are you going to do about it? And the only thing we can do is go back to work and have a really good practice week.
Fred Warner also described the defense's performance as embarrassing this past week, and especially in the first half against Josh Jacobs, ripping off all those broken tackles. John, you've been on the field before. Is there any explanation for the lack of tackles, or is it all just fundamentals, or even maybe it's just some credit to Josh Jacobs and the style of run that he has?
He's a really good back, I'll tell you that. He runs hard. But when you're playing a back like that, you have to do it collectively. There's going to be some missed tackles against a guy like that. And it's strength in numbers. You got to come at them with multiple people, and I felt like they did a good job blocking us up, but we didn't get to the ball with numbers as much as we needed to. And then at some point it's mano a mano. You got to make the play, and you got to take the challenge. And there's technique things involved. We pride ourselves on being a good tackling team. We were not the other night. That was clear, and we have to fix that.
Talking to John Lynch, he adjusted his schedule because Friday being a holiday here at KNBR, and the 49ers getting ready to fly to Buffalo. He's coming on Tuesday on this holiday week. Okay, so yeah, the tackles, obviously, kind of we could all see it with our eyes. We switch over to the other side of the ball and ask you about Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, you're a Stanford guy, and you said you were ready for him to break out Sunday. I think we all were, and it didn't happen again. Is it still a ramp-up process for him? Is it time for him to say, like, yeah, it's going to take a while before he gets back to being who he is? He's not there yet?
I don't believe so. I think it's more probably a byproduct. You think about the last couple games, and possessions haven't been plentiful. I think at one point during that game the other night, I never felt a game like that. I believe they had 30-plus plays, and we were down at like 6 or 7. And so that's not a good equation for getting anyone going offensively. The other thing you have to do, you have to stay out there. You have to earn the right to have those type of deals where you get multiple plays. And, we talk about rotations beyond Christian. Well, those things all go, how long can you stay out there? How can you convert on third down? Can you not even get to third down because you're converting on first and second? We haven't been doing that. Conversely, they were controlling the ball on offense. And so it just wasn't a good equation. I do, my eyes tell me a lot. We all know who Christian is as a player. My eyes tell me, that he's in a good spot physically, and I think it's just a matter of time before we get him going. But it takes more than just Christian. It takes the entire unit being in sync, and that's what we have to strive for this weekend.
Yeah, and Christian did not have the luxury of running behind Trent Williams this past weekend after he was scratched from the lineup on Sunday morning. So, John, what was your evaluation of the offensive line without Trent Williams this past weekend?
I was proud of Jalen Moore. I thought Jalen Moore played a good game, and it's always hard, to be a backup player coming in, but to replace Trent Williams is extra hard because the standard's so very high. Other than that, I think we could play better throughout the line. We're going to need to play better.
Yeah, for sure. It was a tough one all around the board, and you guys are going to Buffalo where things will be tough for sure. We continue to ask sort of the tough ones about the guys who aren't playing great. Debo Samuel didn't have a great game, and he had the one kick return, which was great. And what was interesting, John, is I'm kind of like had a little moment yesterday, and I queued up that Netflix Receiver, and it was the episode where you guys went to Philly a year ago and beat them 42-19. Debo had 3 touchdowns. He looked electric in that game. That was just 1 year ago, just shy of 1 year ago. He looks a little different now. I know you guys don't fully disclose injuries and everything. Maybe he's a little banged up, but would you comment maybe on fans who are saying, wow, I don't see Debo as electric and as, say, I don't know, productive as he was maybe a year ago? What's the Niners' answer to that?
I think Debo has made so many plays for us over such a long period of time here and been such a reason for our success that people have become accustomed to that. And the explosives haven't been there as much. You mentioned the kick return. You think about that play in the game, and that's what the NFL is all about. Those type of plays, and we finally won a coin toss. We hadn't won a coin toss, I think, since New England game. We deferred, and deferring gives you the opportunity to get the ball first out of halftime. Well, sure enough, it happens. We get down to I believe the 9-yard line, and we're going in. Then if we can score a touchdown, it's 17-14, and instead they call a hold that I still can't find on film. I think it was a perfect block by Eric Saubert. I think it was fundamental teach tape 101, and yet there were 2 flags on the ground. So, I'll leave it at that. But that was disappointing. But that looked like the Debo that we need, that we expect, and hopefully there's more of that coming.
John, we got to ask you about the quarterback situation, and I know Kyle laid out the game plan for Brock Purdy yesterday, but he also confirmed that if Brock doesn't play, that it's going to be Brandon Allen as the starting quarterback once again. So talk to us about that decision to go with Brandon Allen over Josh Dobbs.
Well, I think that decision was made, coming out of training camp, and it was a long evaluation that went into not only the preseason action in terms of the games, but through all the practices, and Brandon having been here. But I think I can tell you tell everybody else that we were pleased with all 3 of them. Hopefully Brock has taken another step this week. It's early in the week. We'll see how he progresses. The other night I talked about the lack of plays. I thought Brandon did some good things. He threw the ball well down the field. He had some trouble with his footing on the field, and that affected him in a few of the instances. But nobody's disappointed with Josh Dobbs. Josh has to keep himself ready as everybody else does, because you never know when your opportunity's coming.
Okay, so we'll obviously follow that. Brock story will be day by day. We just don't know the answer right now, and the light throwing yesterday was a good sign. A few more things to talk about with John here. I guess probably the best news from yesterday was Dre Greenlaw. Apparently, the practice window will be open. John, what can you tell us about that? How realistic is it that he actually gets into a game at some point in the 2024 season?
Oh, I think that's the expectation. I think that's very realistic. When that happens, the way the league rules work, Dre was on the physically unable to perform list, but he counts under the IR where you have a 3-week window. So once we open it up, within the next 3 weeks, 21 days, he's got to come back. We got to activate him. And so it's going to be really cool to see 57 out there on that field. It will be even better when we get him back in game action. That would be foolish, though, to have a guy be out this long, stick him out for his first practice. We try to simulate as much with the trainers. They do a great job, but now it's a next step of his rehab process, getting into practice, which I'm really proud of Dre with the way he's attacked this. He's a difference maker for us on the field, but we're inspired just by watching him out here. So, hats off to the kid for working his tail off, and I love Dre Greenlaw and what he's brought to the Niners, and I'm really proud and excited for him that he's taking this next step.
Like, I'm blown, like Achilles. You and I are old enough to remember that was it. It was over when you tore your Achilles. You're talking about this guy. This was February. This is now November, say December, 10 months. Now I'm looking at like Cam Akers is a guy, Terrell Suggs is a guy. Are we here to say like this thing has changed? The Achilles injury has changed. It's no longer a career ender, and moreover, you can come back within 12 months.
Yeah, it's not what it used to be. When I lived in Denver, my next door neighbor was Chauncey Billups, at one point the NBA player, and Chauncey had an Achilles, and Chauncey was well into his 30s when that happened, and his comeback, I believe it was like 7-8 months, and it just blew my mind. And talking to him, and I think like everything, it's them getting more aggressive with the rehab earlier in the process and the way they attack it. And Dre, I think a lot of people would come and look at him, a month ago and say that guy's ready to play because he's such a a gifted athlete, but you have markers you have to hit. I think football's a different beast, with the contact and the explosion. And a guy like Dre is as explosive as he is, making sure that your entire body's right. But he really has attacked this with the intensity that he does everything in his life. And so really happy for Dre, and it obviously will be a great thing if we can get him back on that field.
John, it's been no secret that you guys have dealt with plenty of injuries on both sides of the ball this year, but the note that really hit home with me this weekend was seeing that the only starters in this game on the defense side of the ball were Fred Warner and Deommodore Lenoir from last year's playoff matchup against the Green Bay Packers. So let's talk about the overall depth of your defense, specifically on that defensive line that was out there without Bosa, without Hargrave, their performance without those two guys, and overall the depth on the defensive line.
We got to be better in terms of their performance the other night. I think everybody, can attest to that. There's turnover on teams, and when the way we're set up and we've paid a lot of our star players, there's going to be turnover. I was happy with what we did with our defensive line this offseason. I thought we added some stability. I think a guy like Leonard Floyd is really starting to show who he is as a football player. Proud of guys like Jordan Elliott. We just got to stay, we got to get healthy, and then we got to keep people healthy. And I think we'll play our best ball down the run, down the close of this season here.
It's funny. We have Leonard Floyd as our player of the week this week. He joins us at 9:30. You just mentioned him. He had to have 2 sacks on Sunday. Could you expand a little bit on, when you guys recruited him and signing him and what it's been like having him in the building?
Well, he's a guy we liked from the very beginning when we first got here. He was a rookie from Georgia. The Bears drafted him, and we liked Leonard a lot then. And there's a toughness to his game. He became a division rival with the Rams. He went off to Buffalo, but there's always just a productivity to his game and a toughness. And then it's always interesting. You watch players from afar, you compete against them, but when you get to know them as part of your team, man, this dude's old school tough. He really is. He's played for quite a few years now, but he doesn't want vet days. He doesn't want off days. This guy wants to go to work, and I really respect and admire his approach to the game. He's not the rah-rah guy giving speeches, but you just watch his actions, and it's really inspiring. So we're happy to have Leonard Floyd. He had a big game in terms of sacking the quarterback the other night, but I think he's a complete football player, plays the run, plays the pass, and we're happy to have him.
Yeah, and I'll have a bit of a homecoming this week going back to Buffalo for your guys' Sunday night matchup. And, John, that's actually my last question is about that Sunday night matchup. Josh Allen, the California kid at quarterback. Would love your breakdown of Josh Allen going back to the 2018 draft, how you guys thought of him then, and what do you think about him now ahead of this matchup this Sunday?
Yeah, he's a stud. I mean, he is a big boy. I remember watching him at Wyoming, God, he's just such a physical specimen. It looks like a D lineman frame when he's out there. He plays the game with I think a great love. It kind of reminds me of Brett Favre, the way he plays in terms of his love for the game, his physicality, and I'm sure their coaches are cringing half the time. They know he can take care of himself, but he likes running through people, and he has the ability to do it. I think the greatest testament to him is that the receivers and all that keep changing, but they just keep humming along. And so he's one of those guys in this league. We liked him coming out, and he's one of the best in our game. So very much a leader of that team, a tough task. Got a lot of respect for their organization. Brandon Beane, their general manager, Sean McDermott, the head coach. They're always going to be there, Buffalo. They're very consistent. They've got a plan, and they're just a very, very consistent organization. And we got our work cut out for us, but we're looking forward to that challenge.
Yeah, by the way, just in that first round, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Josh Rosen, and Lamar Jackson were the 5 taken. The only 2 still with their teams are Lamar and Josh Allen. Says something. And by the way, Lamar went 32. Yeah. Sean, I mean, how do you guys have Lamar? I'm watching him. Every time you watch him, but I was just watching him last night because I had some time. My God, what a gifted, what an athlete, what a player, what a leader, right?
Yeah, he's a tremendous player. I saw something this morning where he's leading the league in passing right now, and who would have thought that coming out of college that Lamar would lead the league in passing with what he can do with his legs. He's an MVP guy and fantastic player, fantastic competitor. I really, unless we're playing him, I just love watching that kid play the game because he looks like he has so much fun doing it.
He makes John Harbaugh a better coach, I'll tell you that, man, for sure. All right, we'll end it on the Thanksgiving. Listen, I know you guys are upset with the last two games, but like you said, there's a game Sunday, and there's a game after that, and there's a game after that, and there's a game after that. So what will be the highlight Thursday? The fam back in town? I don't know. You cooking? What's the game plan Thursday?
I'm cooking in terms of I'm the carver. That's my cooking.
Okay. All right.
I'll be the carver. We all do kind of a side. I like doing a little cranberry sauce. That's kind of my thing. All our kids other than Jake's coaching up at Washington. They're playing at Oregon, so we won't have Jake home. But all our girls are home, and we're looking forward to that. We usually have a couple stragglers here from the organization. If people are without their families, we have them up. And a great time to be grateful and thankful for all our blessings. And, it's both in life in general and then in football. And this has been a tough year, but we're really grateful for the opportunity to go compete. And, I'm grateful to work for this organization and grateful for so many things. And I think this is a great holiday to kind of focus on that and then watch some football. I think we're up to 3 games and now one on Friday. So it's unreal.
Yeah, that's great. It's awesome. And you're a guy, you taking care of your body. You're in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but will you allow, we're going like +3, +4 pounds on Thursday? We're allowed to let it rip?
That's the problem when you get up there over 50. I noticed like you used to be able to do that and maybe a delta of a pound, and now it's like one meal can go 5-6 pounds. So, but I'm up for the challenge.
Well, like you said, man, there's a lot to be thankful for, and who knows on Sunday it'll be wild. And by the way, just last one is like Lambeau. You guys are going from Lambeau. Everybody romanticizes Lambeau. It's one of the all-American iconic places. It's true, but you know what? Buffalo's got its own iconic status, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know how often you played because you were in Tampa, Denver. You probably didn't have a ton of games there, and it's not as pretty as Lambeau, maybe.
Yeah.
Like that Bills Mafia, that's a scene up there, John.
Yeah, they're really passionate. There's no doubt about that. I believe I played in Buffalo about 4 times. They're extremely passionate. They love their Bills, and it's a fun. I mean, to go back to back Lambeau and then into Buffalo, I look forward to it. So,
but you won't mind coming home after that for sure.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, listen, Thanksgiving with the daughters will be great. And I'm sure the carving will go well, and we'll all just not get on the scale for a couple weeks. So,
there we go.
All right. We always appreciate it, John. You're always a great conversation. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. We'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving.
There he is, John Lynch on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union taking care of your money and actually growing your savings safely with results you can count on. So discover Pick a Term certificates from Provident Credit Union. Yeah, you can earn up to 4.00% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term. Put your money to work and see your savings grow. Do not miss this limited time offer. Get your Provident Pick a Term certificate today. If you're looking for a little guidance to get started, the Provident team is excellent and can walk you through the process and make saving easy. So visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch. This rate is effective as of November 14, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
1994 Super Bowl champion Ricky Watters joins Papa and Silver in studio at 12:30 this afternoon. You can hear that interview and you can see that interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Huge argument right now going on in the movie Wicked on what the plot is. Maria Lopez came by. We were just chatting. How's your week going? I said, Maria, you seem like the kind of gal who's going to go see Wicked this weekend. She goes, already saw it. She's like, advanced screening. I'm like, whoa, all right. She's like, yeah. And I said, what is it? I go, what is it, just The Wizard of Oz? She goes, no, it's the pre-story. And then Marcus chimed in. Mm-hmm. He's like, yeah, my sister watched that all the time. I'm like, not Wicked. You said Wizard of Oz? Then you guys started arguing about which witch was which. Well, yeah. By the way, did I just say which was which?
Ooh.
I did not plan that.
That's a tongue twister.
Which was which? And Maria was like barking at you. No. The house lands on a witch that's different than the good witch and the bad witch.
Well, that's where I'm confused because there's the Wicked Witch of the East. There's the Wicked Witch of the West. So who the hell is Ariana Grande?
I don't know.
If she's not one of these witches.
I thought she was Dorothy.
See, I thought she was the witch where the house landed on when they first land.
The Wicked Witch of the, you know, the Wicked Witch of the East is? It's frickin' Juan Soto. That's the Wicked Witch of the East.
You're not wrong.
And the Wicked Witch of the West is Shohei Ohtani. That's the Wicked Witch of the West.
I thought you were going to say it's Farhan Zaidi.
Oh, boy, yeah. Don't get me going. All right, Dante Whitner joins Papa and Silver at 11:50 this morning. Okay, we got cooler content. There's some good stuff out there. The pundits are checking in. And then Mike Silver. We got Mark Spears talking about that Warrior game last night. Where are the Warriors going, guys? And then Leonard Floyd, our player of the week. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Clock.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, we activated the Wicked Army. Here we go. 415 says the house lands on the Wicked Witch of the East. The sister of the Green Wicked Witch of the West. Ariana Grande is the Good Witch of the North. Yeah, I went to see it with my girlfriend.
Wow.
That's what 415 says. Then other people are saying there's a video of a guy yelling about the witches that we need to play. And then 650 says Ariana is Glinda SMH.
Yeah.
Shaking his
My
head.
apologies. I was unfamiliar with Glenda's
Well,
game.
as am I. I'm unfamiliar.
I didn't
with
know
it
there
all.
was more than two witches.
I had no interest in seeing the play and all that. I don't know. I won't see the flick.
Were you down with the original Wizard of Oz?
Oh yeah. Oh for sure.
Ooh.
I mean, you had to be. Not that it was just on. You had to be, right?
Ooh.
It's a kind of just young Tony. Where are you with the original Wizard of Oz? The original, the OG, 1939.
Ooh, the OG, I've not seen it.
Really?
No.
Wow.
That's shocking.
And how ironic that he played frickin' Somewhere Over the Rainbow 700 times last week when he hasn't seen the movie.
Wow.
It was sung before Brother Is sung it. You know what I mean? A little gal named Judy Garland, she sang it.
Wow. So I'm guessing young Tony doesn't know the trivia fact that Paulie Mack used to hit me with every time we talked Wizard of Oz. The Dark Side of Oz, where the soundtrack to Pink Floyd,
Dark Side of the Moon,
perfectly lines up with the movie Wizard of Oz.
If you drop the needle on the vinyl of Dark Side of the Moon at a certain point of the opening credits of Wizard of Oz, it triply plays out as this epic soundtrack that matches everything that happens in the movie.
Unreal.
Now, that could have been perhaps that. Do you have any? What was that pen you had in the beach?
Yeah,
the other day?
exactly. The one I was writing all those haikus with.
Yes. So anyway, all right. Let's get into the cooler of content. Last night, Jim Harbaugh, before the game against his brother, John Harbaugh, who beat him in the Super Bowl and beat him in Baltimore in 2011, and then again last night. This is before the game, Jim Harbaugh.
I love my brother, and I'd lay down my life for my brother, but I would not let him win a football game, and he wouldn't want it that way.
Okay. Lay down his life, but won't let him win a football game. However, he let him win a football game.
Yeah.
John's 3-0 now.
John's undefeated against little brother.
Yeah, man. Now, did you watch the Manning cast last night?
No, I did not check out the Manning cast.
I know they had the Wilson brothers. They had Mike Vrabel. All that. But they also, after the game, they went out to Maui.
Ooh.
And Jay Billis is in Maui, and he's relaxing. He looks like you and me. He's barefoot with a Mai Tai.
Oh, nice and tan.
And it's the fourth quarter of the game last night, and they go out to Jay Billis in Maui, and here's what he says.
Aloha. I'm in Maui for the Maui Invitational where we have 4 top 10. Aloha. I'm in Maui for the Maui Invitational where we have 4 top 10 teams going after the Maui Invitational crown. And I'm doing the same kind of preparation for this tournament as Eli and Peyton do for the Manning cast. 0. But right after the Manning cast, you're going to have Dayton taking on North Carolina, another top 10 team. But right now, we're going to send it back to Peyton and Eli for more monosyllabic mumbling about a sadistic ground acquisition game that nobody cares about.
Thank you, Jay. Well done, Jay Billis. I tell you, basketball coming out hard. I mean, do we get a chance to, is there a rebuttal? I mean, I feel like it's just, they're winning. They're winning. They're winning. We don't get a rebuttal.
From one thin-skinned guy to another, Peyton can't let it go. Like, he's pissed that Bilas insulted him. He's like, do I get a rebuttal? Do I get a rebuttal? Eli's like, who cares, man? He's like, no, I want to fire back.
Yeah, Eli's just like, chill. Let Jay enjoy his time out in Maui. And now that I'm looking at the screen, like the back and forth, how they cut back over to Peyton Manning and Eli Manning, it might be a good thing that Jay Billis is out in Maui and not Peyton Manning, because boy, oh boy, we could probably go one-on-one head-to-head matchups between who has the paler skin between John Joe Curley and Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Those two guys could blind an entire beach when they take their shirts off.
Did I read that Peyton Manning's hosting the Country Music Awards now? Some people are saying a little too much Peyton Manning in their lives.
He does have that little country twang.
Somebody on the way driving in this morning was like, now I hate him more than I hate Tom Brady.
No,
so there you go.
Stop it.
All right. We have a wine line. I didn't know that. What is the wine line? What's the number?
Yeah, give out the number, young Tone.
Do we know that?
I want to be able to whine.
Do you know the number?
I have no idea, but apparently it's somewhere online.
Well, we got a guy named the Mexican American Dream.
Ooh. This guy's called into Tolbert's show a bunch.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't like Dieter.
Oh.
Dieter's got takes.
Oh.
Here's the Mexican American Dream calling the wine line about Dieter.
Listen here, baby. This is a Mexican-American dream. Orderly way. I call it because Dieter Kuttenbach, baby, you're a rainy cloud, always ready to drip on everybody's parade, no matter how grandiose or how small. Dieter Kuttenbach, if you had a fragrance, it would be called Hyperbolic by Dieter, smelling of cigarettes and shame. I checked Dieter's voting card, and I found out he wasn't registered with the Democrats or the Republicans or the Libertarians. No, sir, Dieter is a contrarian by nature. Dieter Kuttenbach, please, Captain Obvious, please stop telling us everything that's wrong with our teams and why we should be happy that the Niners are sucking this year, because we know they're bad, baby. We don't need you to tell us that. We don't need you to remind us that our team is garbage and that we're having a tough time. And please don't tell us that we're never, ever, 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 ever going to win against the Spurs just because Wemby's over 7 feet tall and the rest of us are tiny, Dieter. You're making me mad, Dieter. I'm warming up a tortilla and I'm putting some super hot sauce on that side and I'm going to smack you with it, baby. Dieter, you better clean up your act. You better treat us with some respect and recognize it ain't where you're from, it's where you're at. And this is Niners country, Daddy. Don't make us mad, Dieter. Be kind. Please rewind. Mexican American Dream out. Orderly way.
Oh, man, I need more of this guy. How come he never calls our show? He doesn't like our show.
I know, dude. I'm kind of, I have some FOMO of the Mexican American Dream because I've heard him call into the afternoon show.
I listened to the afternoon show. I'd never heard him.
Oh, he actually called in for Tommy's final show.
Does he always talk like that?
Hey, Tommy, baby. Tommy, baby.
It's like a combination. It's not really a Mexican accent. I don't know what it is.
It's great. And I know
it's
that
like
he is
baby. It's like a Brent Musburger almost kind of.
Right? And I love like how frequently he'll call into the afternoon show. But Mexican American Dream, what are you doing wasting these bullets on the wine line?
Well, tell you what, he got on the morning show.
Oh, here it is. But like, here's the thing. Like, we don't even know how to access the wine line.
He got on Real Prime
The
Time.
Suits told us about it, but man, oh man, call into our show.
I'm going to cite 3 things that were amazing there. Number 1, cigarettes and shame for the fragrance. That was fantastic. Number 2, he's not registered as a Republican, Democrat, or Libertarian. He's a registered contrarian, baby.
Baby.
Yes.
I checked Dieter's voting card, and I found out he wasn't registered with the Democrats or the Republicans or the Libertarians. No, sir, Dieter is a contrarian by nature.
You know what he sounds like? He sounds like Paulie doing Tony La Russa. Hey, baby.
Hey, baby. That's a good call. I like that.
And then the final one, this is for my generation. He hit me with a Be Kind rewind. Now, you guys don't even know what that means, do you? No. Oh, my God. So we were dominated. The 80s were dominated by going to rent VCR movies. You had to go rent movie. You want to go see Wizard of Oz, you got to go rent it. You want to go see frickin' Jaws, you got to go rent it. And by the way, it was on you to rewind it.
Ooh.
Some people didn't.
That's a big ask.
They returned it without rewinding it. That was like breaking the social code. So they would have these signs up, Be Kind, rewind. And he threw that in there. Give me a Be Kind rewind.
Be kind, please rewind.
Awesome.
Nice. Now, you only worked at a movie theater, not a movie
I never
rental.
Worked but I hit many a movie. That dude, do you want to talk about you had your high school girlfriend and you go, let's go rent a movie.
Ooh.
That was it. Then you cuddle on the couch. Nice. And who knows what happens after that.
Look at you.
Let
now,
nature take its course after that.
What was your go-to spot? Were you a Blockbuster guy?
No, we had a local one in town called Video. Come on. Help me out, Mill Valley crowd. Right there on Miller where Swirl is. Not Video Droid. What, dude, I'm blanking. Anyway. No. It's Video. I need my Mill Valley crowd. The 80s video spot right where Swirl is right now, next to the Samurai Sushi. Used to be Toy Mill, and then it became Video. Anyway, but that was our spot.
Drawing a blank. See, I had Hollywood Video down in the South
So
Bay.
you know that.
Oh, of course, yeah. And then they always had that like section in the back where you had to be 18 or older to get to, and it had like those beads draping down. I always crawled through those beads,
Okay.
Murph.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah,
I got
you know what section I'm looking at.
By the way, multiple people checking out saying that he's doing a wrestling thing. He's doing Dusty Rhodes. Is that right?
I'm not a big Dusty Rhodes guy, but it does sound like that is the same shtick from the Boys Behind the Glass.
Okay, so my bad. I didn't
A
know
Mexican American Dream.
So 415 says it was Video Droid. That's what Billy says.
Ooh.
Okay, Billy, you got Mill Valley style? I thought you were saying Rafael. Anyway, there you go. That's a fun, cooler content, Mexican American Dream. I enjoyed that very much, as did Jay Billis and Jim Harbaugh. We'll get into some other stuff later on in the week. Tomorrow we have some leftover stuff, too, we got to get to. But right now it's time to duck out because we got a parade of guests. Mike Silver, Mark Spears, Leonard Floyd. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Mexican American dream out. Orderly way.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's KNBR's 49ers insider and The Athletic's national columnist Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
There's the snap. The final knee is down, and California with a roaring comeback here at home in front of a sellout crowd will defeat the Stanford Cardinal 24-21. If you want the axe, it'll be in Berkeley, where it's been now for 4 straight seasons.
All right, the KGO, or I should say the 8-10 call. Justin Allegri, right? Pretty good stuff. That made this next guest very, 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 very happy. Never seen a 6-5 team so happy in my life than Mike Silver was on Saturday. So you're getting your Jaden Ott song from young Tony here, the Chapel Roan Berkeley tribute. Congratulations, Mike, on that axe. Give him the axe. Give him the axe. Congrats, buddy.
Yeah, what's up, Mike?
Well, I don't think you guys saw the full experience because I know on paper you're like, they were favored and they won at the end, big deal. But, Stanford looked better, like the better team for most of the game. So whatever the point spread was, whatever the past games were, the experience was kind of jolting because they looked better. They had control. They had a 21-7 lead and recovered a fumble on a kickoff on the Cal 20 in the third quarter. And then, they downed a ball at the 2, up 5, and it was time for epic blank, epic S word. And young Fernando Mendoza and his people went, quote, 98 yards with my boys, and then the defense rose up, and then they closed it out, and I haven't had much more fun in my life than those last 7.5 minutes and the hours that followed. That was so fun.
Most fun you've ever had with your clothes on, Mike.
Who says my clothes were on? Hey, listen. Yes. All I know is, I kind of blacked out at the end there.
I watched the whole darn thing, and I saw Stanford doing it. Stanford's offense was not great. Their defense was very, very good. But Mendoza, that's the kind of kid he's been. He's been this sort of quirky, charismatic, funky, imperfect, but lovable leader for you guys. And his post-game was so organic and so raw and real, and it was really, really fun. I had Stanford in the points, so I was pleased for everybody. Pleased for you and pleased for my cover. And I know
you were not sweating much on.
You had Aaron, you had A-Raj. I saw a picture of you and the guy hanging out. What can you? I know that a lot of those conversations are top secret, but what can you share with us? What Aaron Rodgers had to say?
Can't share any of it, but I will say that having him and the 2004 team in that stadium, I think there was a vibe going on, and I as you've seen me decompose before when I care about a Cal game, but I got oddly positive when they downed the ball at the 2. I kind of announced to all my boys and non-boys around me, this is going to be historic. This is going to be legendary, because I just kind of saw the opportunity. I've gotten to know Mendoza a little bit, and I know how he's wired, and it just felt like Aaron Rodgers is in the stadium. There's a little bit of I know that you are the OG Cal legend, and this is a little bit of a nod to you, my man. And so everybody kind of felt it. It was really, really cool, because the only thing better than beating Stanford in the big game is not losing to Stanford in the big game, and we were able to avoid that. That was nice.
And Mike, tell us how much more this meant, not only to you, to Aaron Rodgers, but for all the Cal alumni out there to take home the first ever ACC axe.
I don't think I thought of it that way, except it's cool to have. Cool to have it on a good network that you don't have to put rabbit ears up to get, or steal a code from Kate Scott or my many other friends who work there.
It was fun, man, and it was just a great. By the way, what? Give me it said 52,000. Didn't that stadium used to hold 70? What happened? What's going on?
There's this thing called a tarp. There's
Oh,
a
did you
tarp
guys
in one of
tarp
the end
up?
zones.
Oh, you guys tarped up. Yeah. You guys could have put 70 in there. Take the tarps down, man. Come on.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you told Cal people it was going to play out like that, we could have got 70.
Well, it was fun, yeah. And then later that night, the Bruins did not hold up their end of the UC bargain. But you know what?
Yeah.
It is what it is, and we got what we deserved. And blank everything. That's what I would say. All right, Mike. Well, that was fun. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Well, the 49ers. Are they cooked? Is it over? Are you as a national columnist now for The Athletic, do you turn your attention away from the Niners into teams that matter, like the Eagles and the Bills and teams like that?
I have 32 babies and all that, but no, they're not cooked. We knew this was going to be tough, right? And if you told me no Purdy, Bosa, Trent Williams, I would have thought maybe it would be closer, but that's a tough one. And next Sunday night's tough, even if those guys come back. But if you game it out, they're even at 5-7. That division is theoretically attainable. They can get the Cardinals and Rams, on paper, they can win those two. And then, you've got Bears, you've got the Lions. That's going to be really tough. But, I think it's not – I don't think we're looking at it mathematically and going, they have no chance. They definitely have a chance mathematically. I think it's just that we've been waiting for that, second half surge that we saw in 21 and we saw in 22 and we saw last year after the 3-game losing streak. And it doesn't feel surgy. It feels like they're I think my athletic colleague Matt Barrows put it great. It looked like a team that's been treading water all season finally went under. And so that's the issue. But they've got some great players and coaches, and they've done it before. So if you look at the math, I would say keep hope alive.
Mike, the number one story this week for the 49ers is, of course, going to be the status of Brock Purdy. What can you tell us about his light throwing session yesterday and what it means for his status this weekend?
Yeah, I don't know much. I know he is, he's wired to try to play through, right? We saw that in his very first run where he, in his first start, got that rib injury that was really bad, played through it, and then 4 days later had to play in Seattle. Looked so unable to do it in pregame warmups that Kyle Shanahan was ready to go forward with Josh Johnson, and then at the last minute, Purdy was like, no, I can do it, and then balled out. So I think he's going to try, as hard as he can to do it. So it's just a matter of, can the arm perform the way it needs to? I don't like anything with throwing arm, and it is football, so there's no rule that the opponent can't then drive that shoulder into the turf or hit him in that shoulder. But, I feel like it's probably a good sign that he threw, and, what we don't want is later in the week to hear like, we rested him today, or there's a little more pain, because then you start wondering what's going on.
Yeah, and Kyle yesterday said that the 49ers would go with Brandon Allen again if Brock Purdy is not available to go this weekend. Did you have any thoughts or issues with the 49ers going with Brandon Allen instead of Josh Dobbs?
I mean, Kyle's obviously the guy who has to make this decision, and he's pretty good at, understanding quarterback play and his offense and all that. My casual view, media casual view going into the season was, I kind of like Dobbs. I've seen him do some cool things. He can move. He doesn't really look good in practice usually, but he is a gamer. And I always thought if it's an extended absence, Dobbs would make the most sense for sure, because I just think you can do more with him. And also he's one of the smarter people I think we've all ever encountered, like where, the saying, like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out how to check it down on 3rd and 3. Well, he is a rocket scientist, literally. And my favorite Josh Dobbs moment in training camp was he was up at the podium after one of the practices, and he was talking about how, his new passion is flying planes, and he's learning that, and, it's super complicated and all that. And so I asked the follow-up about, hey, do you think you want to fly any rocket ships? And he basically politely, this is just me reading into it, but he basically said in so many words, nah, that's for monkeys. Like, he was like, it's really automated, and it's basically like flying a rocket ship wouldn't be enough of a challenge for him. He was much more into something actually challenging. I'm a big Dobbs guy for that reason, among others. But I'm okay with it. I don't think Kyle would be wrong. It's his offense. He knows. So I think he's probably doing what's best for them.
I do want to ask you a little bit about the rest of the league, but one more on the Niners, just in terms of the roster, the way John Lynch built it, the way Kyle's coaching it. Like, do they have the right players? Like, I mean, are they still? I mean, we always talk about the Niners. But I mean, obviously they didn't have Bosa, Trent, or Purdy on Sunday. But I mean, and they're getting Greenlaw back maybe. But I mean, are you still a big believer in this roster? Because right now their stock is tumbling.
Yeah, I mean, I think football teams age out quicker than we expect, right? And a lot of these guys have played a lot of football, and they're not. Some of them aren't like old, like Debo's not old, Kittle's not old, but like they play so hard and so physically, and they played a lot of games and deep into seasons. And, I just think sometimes there's a wear and tear that we don't appreciate. And you see teams just get kind of younger, faster before your eyes. You're like, whoa, like that team's fast. Is that, like, I didn't realize that, so they've tried to inject new players in, these last couple of years, and some of them are really promising, right? Like, we've seen, Hufanga and then Jair Brown and Mustafa, like we've seen safeties who flash. Renardo Green has shown something, and I think Pearsall could be one of those guys. But, I just think when we talk about windows, it's not only salary cap. It's not only, chronological age. Sometimes there's just a wear and tear that comes at you fast.
Mike, moving on from the players to the coaches, it seems like Kyle Shanahan's name comes up every time the 49ers lose a game. But I want to ask you about Nick Sorensen, not Kyle Shanahan, his future of the 49ers as a DC after his 5-7 start and after seeing all those missed tackles this past weekend.
I mean, Kyle took a risk by firing Steve Wilks, right? Like, he didn't think it was right, and he made a change, and he wanted to go back to basics or whatever and do what he did. And they had just been to the Super Bowl and kind of shut down Patrick Mahomes for most of the game. So, he knew he was throwing himself out there. And, it's the same thing. Like, when Jed York told me after he fired Jim Harbaugh why, I kind of understood what he was thinking. But he replaced him with Jim Tomsula and compared him to Steve Kerr, and then it didn't, a few years later, it was like, dude, what did you do? So, like, if you want to fire Steve Wilks, I thought he was scapegoated. I thought it was aggressive, but, if you replace him with someone who makes the defense better, then cool. I don't know that it's all on coaching. I don't know how Kyle sees it. The other thing I would say is this, like the wide nine that they run with the Seattle 3 behind it, it's always had vulnerabilities. And it's always kind of been susceptible to inside runs and stuff like that. And Warner and Greenlaw make up for a lot of that because they're just so good and they haven't had Greenlaw. But there aren't a lot of, adjustments off it that the wide nine can make to deal with that if they're being exploited. And, as with any scheme, right? Like, that scheme looks so amazing when you have Nick Bosa, healthy D Ford, DeForest Buckner, and Eric Armstead up front with Warner and Greenlaw behind it. It's like, wow, what a scheme. But, when you don't have as many of those dudes and people aren't as good, I think you start to suffer. So then you wish they're more multiple and they could do more things. And, Brandon Staley is there. He's a guy whose experience has been much more like that from the Fangio system and really having a lot of multi-positional players who can do different things and disguise it, kind of like more like what Kyle does on offense. But they're not really running his stuff. They're running they're doing classic rock when, like, other teams have, like, Nirvana and Pearl Jam coming out in the 90s. And it's like, oh, yeah, man, like, classic rock's great, but, like, dude, if you heard Smashing Pumpkins. So I think it's all of that. But the bottom line is Kyle sits in the big chair. He makes the big decisions. He doesn't have to answer to anyone about why he wanted to get rid of Steve Wilks if the next guy is better or at least as good, but because they're not as good, that's on Kyle, and he's got to answer that.
Yeah, something to watch in the coming weeks for sure. And then the last one, Mike, is I know you say you have 32 babies, you love them all equally. So what about your baby in Buffalo? Sean McDermott, there was a story written, somebody wrote there's a story a couple years ago, or last year, that McDermott's a disaster and the Bills have a toxic work environment. And somebody wrote, I think it was Sando, that since that day they're 14-2. They're 9-2. They beat the Chiefs. They're one out of the AFC 1 seed. Josh Allen is an MVP leading candidate. The Bills Mafia is jumping through tables. It's going to be 30 degrees in Rich Stadium. It's one of the great environments in American sports. How's your baby in Buffalo?
Well, maybe he gave one of those killer speeches, because when that article came out, and this was an old story, but it just kind of showed that there were maybe some people who were fed up with him because old stories surface in those moments. But it's an incredible thing, really. Sean McDermott was trying to give a speech in training camp when there's even more people in the room to his team, and he wanted to talk about coordination and teamwork. So he was like, coordination, teamwork, what example can I choose? I know, the 9/11 tragedy. Okay, right there, that's like, maybe you don't want to go Holocaust, Katrina, 9/11, that's like, nothing good could come from that. But then, okay, so he's going to talk about Flight 93 and how they saved the White House or whatever. No. He was using Muhammad Atta and his terrorist friends, the hijackers, as examples of coordination and teamwork. True story. So I talked to a coach who was in the room, and he said it was as cringeworthy as anyone could imagine. And he said, but here's the amazing thing. I know for a fact that Sean always runs his speeches by at least one person before he gives them. I want to know who the person is who signed off on that. Yeah, great idea. Let's definitely give that speech. So, give credit to Sean McDermott for getting out of that hole. That seemed, incredible. They did seem like a team that, had kind of gotten overly emotional about certain things and, look tired sometimes at the end of seasons, and Sean is very tightly wound. In fairness to them, they did deal with the DeMar Hamlin thing that season, and that was, jolting. And, I do think Stephon Diggs was, part of the energy drain, and, having him gone has probably alleviated some of that and given Josh Allen a little more of a clear runway as the driving force. So the bottom line is, Brandon Beane's done a really good job of building that team. He's got an elite quarterback in Josh Allen, and Sean McDermott must be pushing the right buttons. But please, no more 9/11 speeches where the hijackers are your shining lights. It's a tough sell, man.
Damn, that is an awful story. I had forgotten about it. It was a year ago, and I guess it was from a 2019 team meeting, but whatever they've done, they've fixed it.
That was the great Tyler Dunn, who has golong.com. He broke that.
Okay,
so I was just
how they escaped that, I don't know. I know that now they're like going for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's almost like they're super coordinated and have incredible teamwork.
Okay, all right,
it'll never go away.
Let's get back to the big game, buddy.
Yeah, it sounds like something I would say during a big game. It's
my gosh,
very true.
All right, man, oh man. All right, bud. Well, listen, always a pleasure. Congrats on the axe. Use it to chop up your turkey this Thursday. All right.
Yeah, I'll just be eating with my hands. I'm so happy.
All right, buddy. Take care.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Mike Silver, always an enjoyable chat on the Thursdays, or I should say usually on Thursdays, but this time on a Tuesday. Mark Spears talking about these Warriors blowing leads. What's going on? Is the party over? It's not even Thanksgiving, and the party's over for the Warriors on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
That's what ayahuasca did for me.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you want more Niners talk, Matt Mayoko joins Adam Copeland and Kerry Crowley at 4:50 this afternoon. You can hear that interview live on the KMBR app and KMBR.com. It is also that time.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
All right, so after the game, everybody was talking about the fact that Fred Warner mentioned that the Packers presented some different run looks that they had not prepared for. So who deserves blame for the lack of preparation? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
It sound right, boy.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we are thankful for Mark Spears of ESPN and Scape. He's our Warriors NBA insider for KNBR. Is this more, Kendrick? God, he's got. Man, I gotta hop on this album.
I told you, Murph. Gotta check out the new album.
Until he starts rapping so profanely, I have to turn it down in front of my kids.
Yeah,
right?
see, which is why I told Tony play the instrumentals. I don't know if there's any clean versions of the new Kendrick Lamar album.
I'll just take the instrumentals.
But this song right here, Luther, is a great one, Murph.
Where'd you find the instrumentals, kid? I know we got to get to Mark here.
Oh, they're all online.
Okay.
By the way, this is the only clean song on the album. Maybe we'll play the real one when we come back.
Okay, the only one. Mark Spears, we are thankful for you, brother. The Warriors are not thankful for blowing these big leads. How you doing? Good morning.
What's up, Mark?
It's cool trying to hear you guys be hip, man.
Oh,
That's
dude.
all right.
I'm trying. Come on.
You're complaining about cursing and rap.
That's all Murph. That's all Murph, Mark. I want to clarify that.
It's a running joke, So I remember when I was like, when the Eagles said hell in Hotel California, I was like, oh, you can't say that. Stop. This could be heaven or this could be hell. No. Yes.
When I was a kid, I was listening to Marvin Gaye's Sexual Healing in my mom's car.
Yeah.
She got all mad at me. I didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, me too.
But I was singing all the songs.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wasn't digging that.
I'll throw another one that rattled me as a kid. In Hall & Oates, You're a Rich Girl. He said, it's a B girl. I was like, whoa, you can't say that in front of my mom and dad. Anyway, dude, you know what's a B? The Warriors blowing leads, man. And so here's my question. Here's my hard-hitting question. Is the Warriors' last two games where they're blowing leads and they're missing DeAnthony Melton and Johnny Kuminga exposing that all along their really good start was not really built on a solid foundation, and that the problems that the skeptics thought would plague this team, i.e. lack of secondary scorer, playing without Steph on the floor, is what the true Warrior story is going to be?
You know, I mean, even with the start, I still felt like they desperately needed a number two scorer. Every time I hear about Jimmy Butler or Zach LaVine or, I kind of get excited for the Warriors, but, I think until December 15th when players that sign contracts like Melton, who's injured, but he has about, 12 million or so he could trade, become eligible to be traded. I think, it's a wait-and-see thing. But I've always felt like they needed to get a second scorer anyways, but I have wondered if this team was playing over their heads. I've been pleasantly surprised for them about their start. I was actually mentioning to somebody yesterday who was like asking me, a security guard, if you should be nervous about this. I'm like, what's the team, 12-5 now? If I would have asked you before the season, would you have been happy with a 12-5 start? You would have been like, oh yeah. But it's funny with the ebbs and flows of the NBA season. There's always this feeling like if a team has a bad stretch, and yes, this is a bad stretch. I mean, losing to the Nets and losing to the Spurs is certainly nerve-wracking when you have all these titans coming ahead. But, I talked to Draymond Green after the game. He's sitting in his locker. He's playing chess on his phone. He didn't seem real worried. I said, well, is it time to panic a little bit? And he goes, this is the same team that was 11-2 last week. I'm not worried. I said, okay, I'll go with that.
Yeah, and Mark, a big reason why the Warriors are 12-5 at this point of the season, to me, has been their defense. And going into last night's game, they were undefeated 9-0 in games where they scored at least 120 points. Last night's the Nets hit 128. Do you think that has to do without someone like DeAnthony Melton, or do you think it was just a night where the Nets came out and hit their shots?
You know what? I do think this team hasn't done a good job of keeping its foot on the gas. Right? You blow leads 2 games in a row, games that you should win, and maybe you guys have it handy. But I always like looking in the standings about point differential, right? And the Warriors' point differential, even with their record, is 7.8, which is good. It's not amazing, but it's good. But then you see some of the elite teams in the league, right? Cleveland, 12, Boston, 10, right? Oklahoma City comes in to chase next, 11. And then you see the Warriors dip to 7.8. So that doesn't really – it tells me that even when they're getting wins, they're not really running away with teams, right? All the Warriors games of late, even when they win, seem like they're, getting chased by the tail, right? So I just think that there needs, obviously, some free throws need to be made, some better defense needs to be played. And I just think that, they kind of rest when they get these leads. And in the NBA now, Kerr said it yesterday, the 20-point lead, the 10-point lead is a new 20-point lead. With the amount of threes that people shoot nowadays, even with an 18-point lead, you can't rest with teams that are great three-point shooting teams. And that's, one thing that the Nets are, that they shoot the three well, they can get to the line. And so I think there needs to be some better concentration when they get these leads.
Yeah, one thing I would say is that, just setting aside everything, Dennis Schroeder was like German for Pete Maravich last night. That guy was out of his mind last night.
Yeah. But he's nice.
He's a good player, man.
He's been nice. I think people have slept on him.
Yeah.
I've been a fan of his for years. He's always been a great scorer. I watched him in the Olympics, play some great games in the Olympics. And here's the thing about the Nets to keep in mind. We spend so much time talking about, Levine and Jimmy Butler and Brandon Ingram, but the Nets are open for business, right? To me, a Cam Thomas who is lighting it up, a Schroeder who's lighting it up, Cam Johnson. I don't know if Dunleavy had much conversation, with the Nets brass if they were in town, but I think the Nets have several players that certainly could be attractive to the Warriors. From a scoring standpoint, those 3 guys I mentioned are all guys I think the Warriors should look at as well, and they're certainly available, and Dorian Finney-Smith available and on the table.
It was a bizarre night. The Brooklyn Nets, Jordy Fernandez, 18 down, and here come the Nets, missing 4 of the rotation guys. So last one, and because we got the Leonard Floyd, the Niner Player of the Week's coming up, so we got to duck out. But
you're saying that you got to get rid of me.
That's it. We're going to dump you. We're cutting you, buddy.
I got a better record than them.
But just a quick Mark Spears, 90 seconds on Pajemski, the sophomore slump. What's going on?
That's a good question. I don't think he had a great training camp. Kind of flew into this season as well. I think players have.
Oh, maybe he cut himself off.
Yeah, I think he took himself off the air.
He was upset about me telling him Len Floyd was coming up.
Mm-hmm.
That was my bad.
He's like, why don't you ask Len Floyd about pods, huh?
Did we get him or no? Is it over? Young Tone, you want to hop on and tell us what's going on here? Yeah.
That being said, I kind of like what Moody is doing. While he's slumping, Moody's playing well. So why not just ride the Moody hand? I've been waiting for the Warriors to ride this Moody wave, and instead of waiting for Pajemski to turn it on, play Moses Moody more.
That's on Kerr. He didn't play him enough last night. He had a great second quarter, and he didn't play him. So that's one Kerr will have to regret. So, All right, yeah, we do have to move on. 49er Player of the Week, but we love you, buddy. We are thankful for you. Happy Thanksgiving, man. You got good plans?
Oh, I got great plans. I'm getting a great. I'm cheating. I got my meal cooked for my guy, Chef Joseph Pierre, and at the Claremont Hotel, and got a nice hookup that I can't get into too much detail about. From Kendall Jackson. So shout out to Kendall Jackson and Hartford Family Wines for hooking their boy up.
Man.
And so I got a good weekend.
Well, we got to hang out with you. Mm-hmm. You're at the Claremont Hotel with the wineries, man.
Hey, man, I ain't player of the week.
No.
You know
All right, buddy. Happy Thanksgiving, man.
You're the best. Thanks, Mark.
All right, peace.
Mark Spears, he is the Player of the Week. And so is Leonard Floyd. Next on the Sports Leader.
It's cool trying to hear you guys be hip, man.
Oh,
That's
dude.
all right. You're complaining about cursing and rap.
His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. Niners on three. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
With the 9th pick in the 2016 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Leonard Floyd, linebacker, Georgia.
It's a half roll by Kyler Murray. Comes back middle and he gets sacked. Leonard Floyd picks up his second sack. Gino back on first down. Spun around and sacked by Leonard Floyd. Gross Matos got him off the spot. And then Floyd dropped him. Love on third down. Looking middle. Pressure. Going to get sacked. Leonard Floyd will get him down. Love looks right. Time. Now Leonard Floyd is going to get him. He almost fumbled the ball. He does hold on to it, but Floyd comes up with his second sack of the game.
It's what he does. Leonard Floyd has sacked quarterbacks at least 9 times 4 consecutive years. He's bearing down on that stat again. That was 2 more on Sunday at Lambeau Field, bringing him to 6.5, and he is our 49er Player of the Week. We do it once a week on the Murph and Marcus Show. We have a 49er Player of the Week. It is Leonard Floyd. He's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. It's also sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Now, we had Leonard on in the spring when he signed on the morning show here at KNBR in San Francisco. So welcome back to Leonard Floyd on a Tuesday morning of Thanksgiving week. How are you, Leonard?
Hey, morning, Leonard.
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing good. Thanks for asking, man. It's Thanksgiving week. He's got that special feel. I know you guys are, it's a work week for you guys, but we're off on Wednesday. We're going to watch football, man. How's Thanksgiving week for you? It's a combination of this special holiday, and yet you got work to do.
Yeah, it's definitely a combination. You try to enjoy the holiday, and at the same time, you got to remain focused on the job at hand. But yeah, I'm pretty much used to it now.
I'm trying to remember when you were with the Bears. Did you guys play on Thanksgiving at all, or no? Did you?
Yeah, I played on Thanksgiving maybe once or twice.
How was it?
While I was in Chicago, it was different. It was different playing football on the holidays, like Thanksgiving, because I was so used to eating turkey and just being lazy on the couch. But yeah, it was awesome playing on. It's a great experience.
Yeah, everybody's watching you. Everybody's watching.
Thanks.
Yeah, and Leonard, if you had a preference, if you got to choose, would you rather play on Thanksgiving, that way you're able to enjoy the full meal after the game, or are you still able to get in a full Thanksgiving meal ahead of this weekend's game against the Bills?
I mean, of course, I'm pick the Bills version first because that's the reality I'm living in. But I would say the first one, especially if I get some sacks, I would definitely love to eat a great meal after some sacks on a Thanksgiving holiday.
I like that. And you got 2 on Sunday. Listen, I know the game didn't go the way you guys wanted, but you're starting to heat up. It seems like we're seeing you more and more. How do you feel about how you're playing?
I just feel like I'm just stacking games, been trying to this is a new scheme for me. It's something I ain't never played before, and I've just been buying into it, taking it game after game and just trying to get better each game and just going out and giving it my all.
And now this is a scheme this year that's being ran by Nick Sorensen, Brandon Staley also helping out on the defensive side of the ball. How have you adjusted to the new scheme, and what are your thoughts so far 12 weeks into the season?
Oh, yeah, I like it. I like it. It's a attack football, and it's something that I had to get adjusted to, not always being in that style of defense, but I like it a lot. It's very aggressive for me, and I've been taking advantage of some of the calls and some of the things I've learned from my position coach to help me win on game day.
So how are your assignments different than in the past when you played with the Bears, the Rams, and the Bills? What's different for you?
It's basically just different defenses. I played 3-4 when I was with the Bears, and with the 49ers, it's 4-3, and it's attack style 4-3, which is completely different from 3-4.
Mm-hmm.
Just comparing it from like my rookie years to now.
And we do know the one thing in common, though, was that you did work with Brandon Staley with the Rams. How's that gone with the 49ers? We, as the fans and the media, we don't get to see him that much. He doesn't do interviews. Nick Sorensen does. We don't see him that much on the sidelines. What can you tell us about, because you knew him, and that was part of the deal of you signing here. How's that been?
Oh, it's been great. Coach Staley, he's doing a great job of going around motivating guys. He definitely pulled me to the side, motivate me for the week, help me get the right mindset for weeks, the practices during the week, and carrying that to the game. And he also does a great job when he do the ball meeting every week and emphasizing on things that we should be aware of in upcoming games. He's my guy, man. He does a great job.
Leonard Floyd is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line as our 49er Player of the Week. Leonard, you're up to 6.5 sacks on the season so far. Just talk to us a little bit about your pass rush arsenal. We've seen the bull rush. We've seen the spin moves. What's your go-to move, and what's your favorite one to bust out against these tackles?
It's like I can't give you that. I can't give you that information, because they be watching, they be listening. But basically, just strain. That I'll put it like that. Strain to get to the quarterback. Whatever move I pick, as long as I strain and give it everything I got, I get pressure. I get, good things that happen as long as I strain as I'm rushing.
And a big task this weekend, taking on Josh Allen, who, in the eyes of fans, is one of the biggest, strongest quarterbacks in the league. Is he the hardest quarterback to take down on a sack? And what's your game plan to slowing down a guy like Josh Allen?
Sheesh. I ain't gonna lie, it's gonna be a tough week. Gotta have the right mindset with this one. Just from being on the same team with him. He's a very competitive quarterback, and you gotta be at a high level. You gotta match his level. But yeah, it's gonna be a great matchup, and I'm going out. I'm giving it all I got, and hopefully I ring them, and bring them down.
This is a big one for you. You were in Buffalo last year, and so I imagine when you circle them all because you're a pro. But did you double circle this one when you saw this one? This is a big one for you.
Oh yeah, most definitely circled this one because Buffalo was a different experience. They got great fans, and it's gonna be a hostile environment for us, and we're gonna have to endure that and play through that and stay together and hopefully come out with a victory.
And according to my iPhone, the weather's changed. It says you will get some snow on Sunday, and it will feel between 11 and 19 degrees. And this is the phone telling me this. I don't know if it's going to happen, but how does that sound to you?
It sounds like Buffalo weather, man, because it snowed, then it stopped, then it snowed for 3 days, then it stopped. It's Buffalo weather. It's definitely how it goes in Buffalo.
Yeah, and Leonard, we could talk about the Buffalo fans, Bills Mafia. We could talk about the weather, but one thing I have to ask you, do the Buffalo Wings really live up to the hype?
Oh, yeah. They got great wings. Great wings, for sure.
And then, of course...
that's about all you can do, man. It's so cold, man. You might as well be in the house with some wings in Buffalo because it's so cold outside.
And then, of course, the follow-up question. Are you going blue cheese or ranch, Leonard?
Ranch all day, man. I'm a ranch guy.
So I learned
all day.
Yeah, did I learn that you can't take the bone out of your mouth unless you eat all the meat? Is that right?
I ain't gonna judge you like that. I just say get the job done.
It's all right. Yeah, Leonard, some people have pass rushing technique. Murph's got his own wing.
Well, I learned
technique.
that at the anchor, I went to Buffalo, covered the Niners back in the 90s, back when Bruce Smith was doing his thing in Buffalo. And they told you got to eat, you got to clean it, man. You lose if you don't clean it.
I've heard that before. My financial advisor's from there, so yeah, he's mentioned that to me before.
Hopefully he gives you a lot of good advice, not just on Buffalo Wing. Hey, this last hard question before we let you go was the way Josh Jacobs ran against you guys. I know it hurt, and I know that you guys are a proud defense, so what can you tell the fans out there about, what happened, how you guys can fix it, and was it just because he's that special of a back, or it was the footing, or what happened, and how do you guys fix it?
I think that's just a combination of lack of on our part on the defense. Those are plays we should make being professional athletes. It's our job to stop those type of guys. We're supposed to make those type of plays being defenders. It's our fault as a complete defense. So I put that on us, and all we can do is work hard, look at the film, and really judge ourselves from it, and go out the next week and correct that, because at the end of the day, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We have to look at it that way, like it's a marathon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Leonard, that was actually my last question about the mindset moving forward. Tough game this week on Sunday night against the Buffalo Bills. Obviously not where you guys wanted to be at this point of the season with the 5-7 record, but you look at the standings in the NFC West and you see that you're only one game out. So what is the vibe and the feeling moving forward in that locker room?
Oh, it's definitely, it ain't over with. That's how I feel. You know, that's what I'm preaching to the guys in my room. Like, people can think it's over with, but it's not, you know, and it's just on us to go show them. And we can do that now, or we can, you know, regret it, you know what I'm saying, not doing it. So that's what the mindset is. It ain't over with. We in a position to get first in the division and be in the right position to get in the playoffs. And as long as you get in the playoffs, that's all that matters.
There it is in the next two games against your old teams, the Bills in the snow and then the Rams in Santa Clara. So, all right, well, last one is then you're from Georgia, right? I think, and so I'm just wondering, you know, you've been all over. You've been to Buffalo, you've been to L.A., you've been now in San Francisco Bay Area. You're from Georgia. What's the Thanksgiving plan? Who has the best Thanksgiving?
Oh, Georgia all day, man. That's like the original place for soul food.
So what does that make? What's the dish then? What are the one or two or three dishes you got to have then?
It's the collard greens, man.
Okay.
And the not stuffing, dressing.
Okay.
Is made the best in Georgia. And the pecan pie.
I tell you what,
man,
I can't argue with anything you're saying. I mean, the food. I think the food down there might be better. It really might be when you fry it up a little bit and you get those pies going and everything.
Yeah, I was finna say, man. My uncle used to put the turkey, man, and fry that joke all day, man, and it'd come out crisp. Good Southern cookie.
I tell you what. I think you win. So, all right. Sorry we can't do that out here in the Bay Area, but we'll do the best we can, and hopefully you can do the best you can too. And then go back to Buffalo, see some old friends, and sack Josh Allen in the snow. Sounds like a plan, huh?
Oh yeah, you sound like you read the future right.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving to you. We appreciated you hopping on as our Player of the Week, and go have a great holiday and a fun trip to Buffalo. Thank you.
Thanks, Leonard.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There he is, Leonard Floyd. Listen, I mean, nobody's more proud of the Bay Area than me. It's my home. I love it. I'll die here. But I mean, let's be honest. When they fry things up down there, it's a little bit tastier.
Southern fried cooking.
It's a little bit tastier.
Yeah.
They don't mind the calories. Out here, we're trying to. I got it's organic, this or that. Food is supposed to taste good.
Yes, exactly. Food's supposed to make you fat, Murph.
Oh, man.
Let's enjoy it.
Pork chops taste good. Bacon tastes good.
Everything's better fried.
All right, guys. Marcus Thompson joins Papa and Silver at 10:30 this morning. Thanks to Leonard Floyd. The weather changed. I had looked at yesterday. It had said no snow, and now it is saying that, it's saying a 55% chance of snow, and it says Sunday's low will be 25. That's overnight. The high will be 33 at 1 in the afternoon, but they're kicking off at 8:20. It says the temperature range will feel like 11 degrees to 19 degrees, and the wind will make it feel colder than the actual temperature.
Yeah, but what is the weather report going to say tomorrow, Murph?
Everybody complains about the weather. Nobody does anything about it.
Never.
That's the old joke, Young Tony.
Never, Murph.
I told Young Tony a joke today that could be our What did Young Tony learn today?
Which, by the way, the text line was accusing you of just making up that joke on the fly.
No.
Like, there's
old
no story behind that.
That's an old joke.
Couple bulls
it's in the
up
movie,
on the hill.
It's used in the movie Colors, but they didn't invent it either. It's just an old joke.
All right.
We'll figure out something on the other side.
Yeah, we'll walk down the hill and figure it out.
KMBR 104.5. We'll tell all the jokes on the other side. On KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Okay.
Bigelow tea. Maybe wash down that fried turkey with some Bigelow tea. It is Bigelow tea season. Heck, every season's Bigelow tea season. That's why Bigelow's the number one tea in the Bay Area. We reach for that mug right here at KMBR. We have it in our break room. Everybody gets it. You get English breakfast. You get chamomile. You shout out No Doubt. My girl Gwen Stefani. I love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. It's perfect for someone like me who makes a living behind a microphone. So what keeps me going, keeps you going, is the cup of Bigelow tea. Grab a mug full of your Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, we found the one clean one. Is that right?
Yeah, this is Luther featuring SZA.
That's pretty good. This is you on the plane flying home, right?
Oh, dude, this was me on the back of the plane just grooving. And I love the fact that he got SZA on the track. SZA was formerly a Top Dog employee, or an artist, I should say. Top Dog Entertainment, where Black Hippie Kendrick Lamar got their start, Murph.
Man, oh man, he's just... Has anybody heard from Drake?
He's in hiding.
Or is he just like...
He's over here doing Wangwan Delilah with his Jamaican accent now.
And this guy's playing the Super Bowl halftime show, too.
You're damn right he is. Which led to a little bit of beef on his latest album. He called out Lil Wayne for being upset that Lil Wayne didn't get the halftime show because Tunechi himself is probably the most famous rapper ever out of New Orleans, and he was upset that he did not get the halftime show. And then, Murph, if you really want to connect the dots, Lil Wayne is the one who put Drake on the map when he signed him to Young Money Records back when they were Cash Money Young Money Records back in the early 2000s.
It's all coming together.
Full circle moment.
Man, Drake hasn't played a halftime, nor has Lil Wayne.
We don't give a damn about no Drake night.
And this Super Bowl is in New Orleans.
It is.
Yeah.
All
right, man.
Which is why Lil Wayne is in his feelings right
Young
now.
Tone, do you hold the anti-Drake stance that this guy holds here?
100,000%,
Wow.
dude.
Let's go, Tone.
This guy's had ghostwriters for years.
Tell him, Tony.
He's just a voice. He's just a guy.
He's an actor.
Frank Sinatra didn't write his stuff.
Yeah, but it's
Your
different.
being a vocalist is a skill. That's a talent. That's an art.
But it's different when it's rap versus rock or pop, in my opinion, my personal opinion, because Drake pretends like he's some gangster from the street, like he's making like references to Mac Dre in the Bay Area. Like, bro, you're not from the Bay. Stop pretending to be like you are.
Okay, all right.
That's where I draw a line.
Where does John Joe come down on this? Where are they listening to at Laracas? All right,
John Joe has no idea who
got no
either
take
of these
on this?
people are.
I see Copes through the doors.
He's kind of lightweight a Drake guy.
Well, that's not Copes. That's Greg Papa.
Yeah, you got the wrong guy.
Oh my God, I thought that was Copes.
Oh man,
how about that?
I know Copes is getting gray, but man,
Well, he's
oh man.
wearing something that Copes would have worn.
Well, I guess technically Copes does have more gray hair than Greg Papa.
He does. But see that. Look what Copes is wearing. Look what Papa's wearing.
Papa looks like he's out of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
All right, before Papa comes in and hijacks the mic, let's go with what did young Tony learn today? Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Well, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So we can't remember what led to this, but it was early in the morning. I said to young Tony, we were talking about being patient versus rushing through something. And I said, well, you know, Tone, like the bulls, right? The two bulls on top, the young bull and the old bull. And you said, Tone, you had not heard the joke, right?
No idea.
And so I told the joke. People were like, oh, you're stealing colors. I'm like, bro, we knew the joke before colors. It's an old joke. But in honor of Robert Duvall and Sean Penn, two of the greatest to ever do it, here it is with a little bit of a beep sensor in here. Bobby Duvall teaching young Sean Penn in colors what life's all about here.
You heard the one about the two bulls?
Not yet.
Well, these two bulls are sitting on a grassy knoll overlooking a herd of Guernseys. And the baby bull says, hey, Pop, let's run down and one of those cows. But the Papa bull says, no, son, let's walk down. Them all.
All right. So, as Marcus said, the other ways you can say, okay, you can say tortoise in the hair if you want.
Yeah,
you
I was more of a tortoise in the hair kind of guy.
That deserves a Buster Posey chuckle is what that needs here. Did you put that in there yet? The Buster laugh? People accused us of the Farhan laugh. Here he is.
There he is.
G-Pop. Dude,
G-Pop.
that is a stylish top.
What a hoodie.
He's wearing.
Looking
what is
good.
that? It's a chubby.
Wow.
He hasn't had a chubby in years.
Careful.
Not without some medical help.
Yeah, hey
perhaps.
now.
Yeah,
Hey now. Yeah, I know a guy for that,
it's the
Papa.
George Kittle Chubby collection.
Ooh.
Yeah, don't we do these ads for these things? The shoes and all that?
Not our show.
All right. Well, listen, tomorrow is going to be a big day. It's the day before Thanksgiving. We'll all be going. And obviously, if you missed John Lynch, we'll hit you with that. We'll do a Brian and Bobby's Best Bets coming off 1-1 weeks, which for me is, once again, 1-1 for me. That's a breakout, man.
Dude, Turkey Day bets. Let's eat, Murph.
Are you going to strictly do Thanksgiving Thanksgiving games?
You
or?
know what? I think I might throw in a
Well, you can
Thanksgiving
get in the
game.
spirit of the occasion.
I know we got Thanksgiving games. We have a Silver and Black Friday game this Friday between the Raiders and the Chiefs, and then a full slate on Sunday. Have not checked the numbers. Stay tuned to Bobby and Brian's Best Bets tomorrow for those numbers.
All right, so we'll do all that, and we'll let Papa and Silver take over here. Papa's got a chubby. It's on his. He's got a
pause.
It's time to get out. Time to get out. And when Papa has a chubby, it's sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Full service, total trust.
Speedy, huh?
You're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I'd lay down my life for my brother, but I would not let him win a football game.
Dita Kuttenbach, if you had a fragrance, it would be called Hyperbolic by Dita, smelling of cigarettes and shame. I checked Dita's voting card. Dita is a contrarian by nature. Be kind. Please rewind.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Moses has 15 in 8 minutes in the first half. He has been massive tonight. What's happening? Steph is fouled! And a 4-point play opportunity. Steph might be the best round dancer in the league. Shot clock down to 7. Schroeder on Steph. Kick out. Left wing 3 is perfect by Trendon Watford. 20 made threes. Brooklyn is going to have an incredible back-to-back win. So this game flipped. 26 points in the final 18 minutes of the game. And so for Steve Kerr, he's got a team that's 12-5, but the last 2 games are definitely going to be ones the Warriors think about a little bit. And they can't lament it too much because I think one of the best teams in the NBA in OKC is coming here on Wednesday. No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
Exactly, Michael Scott. Exactly. Yeah, not a great few days of Bay Area sports. I think I can just say it and leave it at that. The Warriors blow another big lead to the Brooklyn Nets this time at home after losing a big one in San Antonio on Saturday. And then the 49ers kind of sandwiched those two blown leads. So we're going to manifest some fun on a Tuesday. We've got Greg Papa in studio. He is representing the George Kittle Chubbies collection, and he's ready to go. So I think we're just going to make Tuesday fun, and we're going to force it.
It's a Chubby Tuesday is what it is. And we got a bit coming up a little bit later on. There is a method to my madness, but I do have the top you can see on the stream. I do have matching bottoms. It's a look, though. Let me just say, it is a look. So I'm not going to go full head to toe like I did for a party a few weeks ago at Ranch Water. Johnny Glove's place in Santa Rafael. But anyway, we are going to have an exorcism in studio. First of all, we hope he's the future Hall of Famer. For who? For what? Ricky Waters is joining us in studio. That's why I'm all cleaned up and gone George Kittle chubby, because he may go into the Hall of Fame as well, George. There is a touchdown problem. How many do they have now? 24 on the
24.
year? What are they averaging, like 24 points a game? What'd you tell me yesterday?
23, yeah.
So it's not good. For a while there, early in the year, the Niners were the highest scoring team since 1950 with Brock Purdy at quarterback. All the quarterbacks that have played, they were scoring nearly 30 points a game, and it's kind of lulled out here. So we're going to have a little fun with a foghorn in studio. Ricky is appearing, as I am tomorrow, at a Costco in Pleasanton, promoting what? Gold Bar whiskey. So we're going to do a little foghorn shots of Gold Bar later on. But so you're upset because, boy, the Niners would take a 12-5 record, wouldn't they? That's what they had last year, and they kicked the last game. 12-5 was good around here. And the Warriors are now 12-5, but it was 12-3. Teams losing big leads. Where have I heard that before? We kind of want to go back to those days when you blew a 14-point lead or a 13-point lead with the Niners. Now you're losing by 28 points. But obviously Saturday in San Antonio blowing that 17-point lead. Last game of a little mini trip back-to-back, 3 games in 4 nights. It is a reason why in the NBA. last night, and it was Steph, and you heard the call when he made that 4-point play, and he's doing he's getting the worm on the floor, and he's dancing around, and it all stopped. Right after that, they got real sloppy with the ball. My guy Lindy Waters III missed a reverse layup, and then they stopped guarding. And the main guy, who I've always wanted to be a Warrior for a long, long time, going back to when he had that little bleach blonde part in his hair when he was an Atlanta Hawk, and everybody called him Dennis Schroeder. And then we realized how to say his name, and it's Schroeder. Good player, good defender. I don't know why the Lakers just didn't keep him and get rid of Angelo Russell. I never understood that. And actually, that playoff series, when they beat the Warriors, they did bench Angelo, and they went to Dennis Schroeder. But then they got rid of Dennis Schroeder, and he's still on the team. So he's a good player. He picks up Steph, three-quarter court, full court, and he turns them constantly. But the 31 points, and the way he beat the Warriors off the dribble. So what did we say last week, Greg? The DeAnthony Melton injury. Really bad break for DeAnthony Melton. He would have fit in so well here. He got a good salary, obviously, $12.5 million, but he could maybe get a salary for double that in a long-term deal if he fits in with the Warriors the way we all thought he would. So him personally, not good. I thought the Warriors most nights can overcome DeAnthony Melton's loss. Last night was not one of those nights when you also factor in the loss of Jonathan Kuminga, who is sick. He got sick right before the game Saturday in San Antonio, still couldn't come back and play. So normally, with Melton and Kuminga, you got ball stopper after ball stopper. You got guys that can just stop dribble penetration. Last night, they could not do it. Pajemski couldn't stop him. Moses Moody couldn't stop him. Steph Curry was on him a lot. Then they got Steph off of him. Steph couldn't stop him. The one guy that really surprised me that could not stop him was GP2, Gary Payton II, could not stop him. Every once in a while you did, but most times he was able to go. And when a guy's beating you off the dribble, and Steph was talking about it, they're going to have a practice today at 11 a.m. They're going to work on a lot of things, offensive execution. It wasn't that they turned the ball over that much last night. 13 turns become 26 points. Wow, how many of those were threes? So those are live ball turnovers, so you can't do that. It breaks down your defense. But I think they just got to get back and let Jerry Stackhouse take over and get into a defensive shell. If he is going to beat you off the dribble, Steph was talking about, if you are going to get beat over helping, the Warriors are so good at pushing a guy. If somebody is going to beat, you can't stop James Harden so many times, you push him to his right hand, and then you build a wall behind it. They didn't do that last night. He took it all the way to the goal and scored. He was making the three-ball Dennis Schroeder. 31 points. He had 17 in the fourth quarter. And he got to the line. He made all 7 of his free throws. Cam Thomas made all 8. They made 26 free throws. The Warriors only made 11. So sloppy offensively, live ball turning into 26 points off turnovers. The Warriors only had 12. But we're not going to overreact a little bit. But this was the first night. They've had, they were sloppy against the Clippers and 2 other losses, Greg, as you know. This was the first night where I thought, this is not the defense that I think. You're not going to be there every night. It's not. You're going to be a little tired. They got in late to New Orleans, so they couldn't practice at all. They're going to practice today and practice Friday. But last night was the first night, in particular later in the game. The middle quarters were fine, and then the 41-point fourth quarter, I thought this is one of the best defenses Steve has had. They can't stop the ball. They're not pushing the ball. If the guy beats you off the dribble to a spot where you have a wall behind it, that's just not the Warrior defense we've seen most of the year.
It's exactly the defense, and that's why of the 5 losses, Greg, this one by far irked me the most because it was the most resemblant of last year. And I don't think that last year's team is this year's team, but there's also going to be the question now of, are they closer to last year's team than they are the 12-3 team, a team that's going to be fighting for a play-in spot? Brooklyn, 86 points between the three-point line and the free throw line. You mentioned those 26 free throws and then the 23 pointers just destroyed the Warriors. Dennis Schroeder had 17 of his 31 in the fourth quarter alone. Whether he's wearing a German national team jersey, a Brooklyn Nets jersey, a Los Angeles Lakers jersey, Oklahoma City Thunder, you name it.
Atlanta Hawks. How many teams can you name that he played? He played on 7 NBA teams.
Toronto,
how many can you name?
Boston.
We'll do a shot of gold bar for everyone you don't get. Boston,
right now?
Atlanta, Boston,
Toronto, Oklahoma City, Brooklyn, Los Angeles Lakers,
and
you
you got to do 2 shots of gold bar, Greg.
That was 2?
Well, I think you got 5 out of the 7, didn't you? Either way. Don't you? I always wanted that guy to be the third guard to Stephen Clay because he may over-dribble a little bit too much, and that's a hyperbole. That's a redundant, over-dribble a little bit too much. Like I'm over-talking a little bit too much. But he...
no such thing.
But he does guard. The way he gets up... He's a much better player than me, Angelo or Angelo Russell. I don't know why they just didn't keep him. He wasn't making that much money the year he was with the Lakers. I think he was making $3 million. I don't know. He's got a little bit of a... He busted a play last night. They called a set play out of a timeout. He completely screwed it up. And their young head coach called timeout and shoot him out. And then he locked in. So I don't know if he's a great teammate, but stylistically, great on-the-ball guy because you can play Steph off the ball and obviously with Clay. And I think he's an underrated on-ball defender. He likes to pick you up and turn you. So in any event, you looked up the last 2, didn't you?
I was going to say, so I got 6. Did
you get 6, including the German national team?
No, that would be the extra one. The one I didn't get was Houston. He played for Houston in 2021-22.
Okay.
It was the title year, the one on my hat right now.
How many years has he played in the NBA? We've got 7 different teams, and he was at Atlanta a long time.
Yeah, so he started in 2013, so I think this is season number
12?
12. Yeah.
7 teams in 12 years? That's the Jim Barnett way.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get all into this, and we got a full show coming up. Let's talk all about that. You mentioned the treat we have, Ricky Waters coming in studio.
For who? For what?
12:30. We're going to
have you met him? He is a hoot. Your dad knows him well, doesn't he?
I have not met Ricky Waters.
He's a hoot.
I'm excited for it. It's going to be great.
Great story, by the way. He wrote a book, children's book. He's a great, great story. And we kind of forget about him with Roger Craig getting in the Hall of Fame. Is Ricky Waters going to go in the Hall of Fame before Roger Craig?
That's a good question.
Well, he's a finalist this year, so looks good for him. We'll see.
We've got Marcus Thompson coming up at 10:30. We have Papa's Playbook at 11:30. Dante Whitner is going to be joining us 11:50. Ricky Waters at 12:30. And then our Gold Bar Whiskey Challenge at 12:50. And, of course, as it should be, John Dickinson at the very end of it all, post-whiskey at 1:30. Full show. And I didn't even mention, coming up next, we got our Silver Linings playlist of the day. So stay tuned on that. It's Papa.
You're going to bring me down on a rainy Tuesday?
Nah, I could never.
You going to sing the blues a little bit?
We'll see. We'll see if I throw in a Billy Joel or if I'm saving that one a little later in the week.
We're not going to Allentown. Brock Purdy's playing Sunday.
It's Papa and Silver. We got Walter here. We got a full show. It's going to be great here on a Tuesday where we are manifesting fun on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers President of Football Operations and General Manager John Lynch stopped by the morning show today with Murph and Marcus and voiced his displeasure with the recent play of the San Francisco 49ers heading into yet another must-win game, this time in Buffalo, or as everyone's calling it, the Papa Bowl. Check out that podcast and more on the KMBR app, YouTube, and KMBR socials.
I think the Bay Area is collectively waking up a little tired today. It could be your mattress. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? The Sleep Number Smart Bed uniquely contours to your head, neck, and shoulders for more comfortable sleep. 94% of Sleep Number Smart Bed sleepers report better sleep quality versus non-smart bed sleepers. So the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you adjust your bed so it's firmer or softer whenever you need, so you can get the quality sleep you need to boost recovery and performance like a certain football team that we know. So We are heading into the holiday season. You're going to be having long days and nights, so you want to be able to get your best quality sleep. So pick up a Sleep Number bed, and you could do it this week during Sleep Number's Black Friday sale. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base of any kind. It ends Monday, a week from today, December the 2nd. It's only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. See store for details.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
There's nothing you can do. If you turn it over, there's going to be an advantage the other way. You're going to give up something. And tonight, a lot of threes. They took 45 of them. They also got 30 free throws. That was the focus coming into the game. We knew that their ticket to beat us was threes and free throws, and we weren't able to avoid that.
Turnovers, threes, free throws. A lot of the usual that's plagued the Warriors, especially we're talking turnovers. Free throws, maybe a little newer thing. And then the threes, they've always been a little bit of a small ball team. But, Greg, you know this well. They shot the three better than anybody for so long that it didn't matter if other teams were coming at them with the three. They had the greatest shooting backcourt of all time and then added Kevin Durant to that. Now it's a little different. They're trying to reinvent themselves as a good team with still one of the all-time great players leading the way. But he needs a little bit of help, and last night he wasn't getting a whole lot of it besides Moses Moody, who had a great first half, didn't get the minutes he probably deserved in the second half.
Yeah, the Brooklyn Nets, threes and freeze. That is Daryl Morey's wet dream. He kind of invented that in Houston. No mid-range, take a long shot or take it all the way to the rim and get fouled. Who's the GM in Brooklyn? Sean Marks is still there, the old Cal guy, right? Was San Antonio for years. They're a scrappy team. They've kind of reinvented themselves over the years. And Cam Thomas actually got benched a little bit last night, but Shake Milton off the bench and Cam Johnson and obviously Dennis Schroeder. But for the Warriors side of it, yeah, and years ago, Rick Pitino, brought the Rainbow Coalition into the NBA and really began to shoot threes the way they did in college ball. And a lot of coaches have embraced it, but Steph and Clay did it at such a level. And then Steph changed the geometry by taking the long one and backing out with the logo shot. But it was Daryl Morey's Houston Rockets that just we're going to take more than you. They just very simply, 3 is more than 2. For a long time, there was a very strange, like the first championship year, and certainly the 24-0 team that went 73-9, it was very odd if the Warriors had a game in which they did not make more threes than their opponents. I mean, it happened maybe a handful of times in 82. It just didn't happen. And when it did happen, the other team made like 10 more, and the Warriors lost by 30. So last night, the Warriors actually made one less. It's the shooting percentage that was, Brooklyn was 20 of 45 on the three ball. That's 44%. In the old days when teams first said, maybe we should take that more. The math is just make 1/3 of threes, and it's the same as making 50% of twos. If you're making 44.4%, why would you take anything else? But the Warriors took one more and made one less last night. They were 19 of 46. But here's the one that's odd to me. You see Steph Curry's line last night? He shot the ball 17 times. 16 of them were threes.
And the 1-2, by the way, and I went over this with JD and Dubs OT a little bit. It was actually just kind of a throwaway shot at the end of the game. He dribbled down and sort of took a little one-footed floater with his foot just on the line.
So really all 16 were threes?
Yeah.
Now that is unheard of. I don't know what their scouting report. Most teams want to run Steph off the line, and that's why he's able to get backdoor cuts and the great back picker that he is. So he made 8 of them. So we're not going to dispute it. And he scored 28 points in the game. The turnovers weren't that bad with Steph, but it's you ever see a number? Even Steph looking at the box score after the game went, whoa. We had 12 turnovers plus a team turnover, and a team turnover goes out of bounds. But so you had, I don't know how many of the 12 were live ball, but they must have all been. I've never seen 12 turnovers turn into 26 points. So how many of those were threes? And they just break down your defense. So it's scattered floor. If you turn the ball over as a live ball turnover, they're coming back at you the other way with numbers. So, but I thought mainly it was that. Not good, and you got to get more organized. That's what they keep saying is more organization. The Sharks call it organization. But and then the half-court defense. They have not been beaten. I wonder, why didn't they put Andrew Wiggins on Schroeder a little bit? He can guard anybody. They got other bigger players. I think they wanted them to have him on. But I haven't seen the Warriors. Last year, they got beat off the dribble all the time. Everybody was breaking the paint. Go back to that play-in game in Sacramento. Warriors couldn't get the ball across midcourt against their defensive pressure. And then, conversely, they were breaking the paint. De'Aaron Fox was in the paint. Everybody was in the paint all night. So the Warriors have done a much better job. And I heard you talking. They're fine. This is a one-off. The schedule is going to get you. You come home off a tough. They played 3 out of 4, obviously. And it's a short flight to go from New Orleans across the Gulf of Mexico. I made that trip so many times with the Spurs to go to San Antonio. San Antonio's scrappy with Pop down. Hopefully he does come back from the stroke. They're looking like a 500 team. Anyway, it just gets to you. Some nights you're just not going to have the legs. And then I think there's also a follow-up to that. Coming back from San Antonio is a long flight. People don't realize that's in South Texas. That is a long flight to Northern California. So they probably just, slept in Sunday, watch football, watch the Niners lose, and rolled it out and play. But the one thing that's odd, and we'll talk to Marcus Thompson coming up in a minute, Marcus actually asked a couple of questions. One to Steve was, do you want to not play Steph and Draymond? Do they look noticeably tired to you that early in the year? Neither guy played 30 minutes. I mean, how often have they played 30? They're not averaging 30. I don't see any fatigue in those guys, but I don't know. We'll see what Marcus, he was at the game and asked the question afterwards in the Bill King interview room. I mean, did they look that noticeably tired to Marcus? And then Steve said, well, you can't because of load management, and you can make up an injury. And they list everybody as injured. But I think it's early in the year. You don't want to overreact. And even though, they went to Hawaii for training camp, and they sometimes, a couple, 3 weeks into the season, do get heavy-legged. But I wonder what Marcus is seeing. I do see obvious fatigue. They're older players. You got to protect them. But do you think Steph and Draymond need games off? The schedule's hard. You got Oklahoma City tomorrow night. You got Phoenix on Saturday. Next week, you got Denver. Maybe you want to think about that, going to the altitude. Then you got Minnesota on a back-to-back the following week. But do Steph and Dre look fatigued to you?
Well, I've talked about this with JD, and we'll get to Silver Linings playlist before we come and talk to Marcus here. But the thing about Steph and Draymond is they're cut from a very rare cloth of you will have to force them to not play, or they'll have to be legitimately injured to have that conversation. I did think it's San Antonio, and that's why I wasn't very worried about that loss, Pop, was because it was third game in 4 nights against a team that was younger. They were scrappier. You got to deal with Wemby, who is unlike any other player in the league, and the Spurs are going to get a lot better, even though Greg Popovich is not there, and of course we send our best and hope that he's able to come back soon. I didn't consider that one all that bad. It just looked like they clearly ran out of gas. The physical and mental fatigue was there. Steph was making careless turnovers that he doesn't normally make, or at least you wouldn't want him to in a clutch situation. Last night, I felt a little different about in the sense of Brooklyn was missing guys. It was a game at home. Brooklyn themselves were off a back-to-back, and I think that that's one you still got to take care of, even if it's not the best stretch of the schedule, considering Brooklyn's on a back-to-back. My Silver Linings playlist, Walter, is I had a lot of different directions I could go with this. I was like, do I go old school? There was a lot on the table, and I thought of a lot of lyrics and songs that could maybe...
Oh, you gave it away.
Oh.
You had many directions to go.
I had many directions, but it turns out everybody in the bullpen, specifically Michael Connell on digital, was begging me, you have to use One Direction. And so all I can ask, and rest in peace to Liam Payne, by the way, who passed away at the age of 31. Very tragic. Does it ever drive you crazy just how fast the night changes? And I'm not just talking about last night. I'm talking about the blown leads they experienced last year. I'm talking about not being able to win on the road 2 years ago. I'm talking about this year, even the ones they got away with. Houston, 31-point lead. It goes to overtime, and because Pajemski and Kuminga come and save the day in OT, they end up holding on. Oklahoma City, they're up 30 on the road. It's going great late third quarter. OKC storms back and cuts it down to 6, and the Warriors do just enough to hold it off. They had D'Anthony Melton back then, and he was big too. New Orleans on Friday, it was only a 10-point lead, but it was getting really dicey at the end with the free throws, and Draymond Green had bad turnovers and missed free throws to make that go about 10 minutes of real time, longer than you needed to. San Antonio, we all know, 17-point lead, late third quarter, ends in a 10-point loss, and last night, just to top it all off, we're 17 games into the season, Walter? And it's an 18-point lead that goes into an 8-point loss. When the Warriors are at home and they lead by 18, they had won 24 straight. So for all the stress and the heart attack that fans feel, Warriors at home usually okay. And that is why, Greg, I am not a fan of what happened last night. It was on your home floor against the Brooklyn team that had NBA players you knew of like Dennis Schroeder and Cam Johnson, and then your friends, cousins, girlfriends, ex-boyfriend's new boyfriend's cousin playing on it. It hurts.
I'm giving you a standing ovation. That was outstanding. I got nothing to say. That's a mic drop. You nailed that. I'm with you.
So, look, the night changes fast. Maybe we'll be using this one again as a drop, although I'm going to try to diversify the songs because it's a great world of music. And I guess as we go to break, I'll just say the night can change, but it'll never change me and you, Pop. It'll never change me and you, Walter. Marcus Thompson up next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
KMBR, the sports leader. It's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And we're back. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Papa and Silver in rainy San Francisco. I thought the weather app was going to be nice to me, saying it wasn't going to rain, and then it quickly flipped a switch when I walked into the studio. Now we got rain the rest of the way, and that's kind of the mood that's been set for our Bay Area teams right now. We're going to catch up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic in just a moment once we make the connection. The Warriors fall 128-120 to the Brooklyn Nets last night, and Papa, while we wait for Marcus, I'm going to hit you with this stat. The Warriors, for all of their depth, and that being a strength of their team, their second half plus-minus on the season with Steph, plus 81, without him, minus 20. I don't think that bodes well against some of the higher competition, and they face one of the league's best teams coming up here on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think overall the non-Steph minutes have been okay this year. I mean, you just have to look at it, and we'll get Marcus's thoughts. And I love this question to Steve. I wanted to get more clarification about. We obviously saw fatigue in Steph and Draymond in San Antonio, but that's just the NBA. You play a back-to-back 3 games in 4 nights, both games on the road, and it just happens. And San Antonio's a young, frisky team. I didn't see fatigue last night, but he did mention, do you want to rest them? In light of the stat you just gave us and the schedule that's coming up, you got Oklahoma City tomorrow night. You do have Thanksgiving off and Black Friday. They're going to go to Phoenix probably on Friday. We'll see if Durant and Beal come back. And then you got to go to Denver. And it's always a challenge to play at altitude there. By the way, they gave up 145 points last night. The Knicks laid 145 on Michael Malone's team.
We've got an incredible bite from Mike Malone that we're going to play later.
Is that Doug Moe's defense or Michael Malone? He would. I could only imagine what he had to say about that. Then you got the Minnesota back-to-back on Friday and Sunday. So I want to ask Marcus about it. Do we see fatigue? And where now in this stretch do you want to rest Steph and Draymond? They got to play, don't they?
Well, let's talk to Marcus right now as we have made the connection. He joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. Marcus, it's good to do this over the phone. Welcome to Papa and Silver. And how are you on this Thanksgiving week?
I'm tired. I'm more tired than Draymond and Steph. Actually, I'm not.
Tryptophan already?
I'm pretty good, actually.
Do you see them being tired? Do you see them being tired?
Oh, yeah. They were definitely tired in San Antonio.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Last night, though?
To me, the Brooklyn... Last night, Steph would only take threes, and there was no shot blocker. They were literally playing all wings. He would have to work to get by people, but the paint was open. The Warriors dominated the paint. Steph took 17 shots, 16 were threes. I just think that was a part of the fatigue of having to work to get past these aggressive ball-hawking defenders who have nothing to lose. So to me, that's always the sign. When Steph is deciding not to enter the paint, that means he's tired. And like Draymond's a little hobbled, you could see his shots falling. He's a bit hurt. He definitely would have had the night off, but no Jonathan Kuminga basically meant in his mind he had to play, because you take away Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond, now who's your starting 4? So I felt like last night was the game you take off. That's the game you sit, put whatever you want to put on the injury report, but you rest those guys because the gauntlet is coming. It's going to be crucial these next 6 games.
Yeah, Marcus, I want to follow up on this load management discussion because Pop and I were getting into it in the first half hour of the show. And I want to ask how much of this lack of load management comes from Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green kind of being cut from this cloth of psycho-competitive, wanting to stack up games early in the season and not wanting to dig a hole that they had in the middle of last season. And how much of this was just, you didn't have Jonathan Kuminga, D'Anthony Melton's out, and you're already down a couple of guys?
I just don't think they want to sit anyway. They don't want to not play, especially Steph. He's one of the people he'd rather get out there and play than not play, and he's kind of got to be sat down. So I think Draymond was the more, I want to say egregious, the one who needed the rest the most because he's actually dealing with stuff. But I just don't think they want to play. getting them to not play, if you ask them, they're probably going to play just about every single time you can. And I do think Steve Kerr is a little bit built that way. Like, hey, man, if you can play, you should play. Like, he's from the 90s. That's how it is. It's an 82-game season. Yeah, it's going to be tough for stretches. You get tired, but you'll play. And I also think their depth, being able to go 12 deep, keeping minutes down, is their kind of battle against this issue. So you can play more games if you're only playing 30, 32 minutes, as opposed to 38 minutes. Now you got to get a rest. If Steph was averaging 38 minutes, he'd probably sit a couple more games. So I do think that's where they kind of give it back by taking down the total minutes. You don't have to sit out as many games.
But he's not even playing 32 minutes. Steph is averaging 29.7. Draymond is averaging 28.2. Wiggins is averaging 28. You got a bunch of guys in the low to mid-20s, and they're playing 13 guys. It's never been done. I do understand. These guys are older, 5 straight trips to the finals, then another trip to get the 4th ring in 8 years. Steph off Team USA. I get it. They're older players that are in their mid-30s. You got to manage them. It's interesting. I saw the fatigue in San Antonio. There were times, now that you mentioned it, there was one time he was running back on defense at a scattered situation on offense where they did not score and Steph looked gassed. But he also looks like the Energizer Bunny to me. But I want to ask you about Draymond. You wrote a big piece about Draymond and the old man's strength and how he's lifting weights now when he never did when he was younger. And a couple of years ago, I had read that he gave up alcohol, at least in season. Is that continuing? I see a better conditioned Draymond Green. In light of your story, you gave a lot of great details on how he's gotten there, well into his 30s. But you said he's dealing with things. The one thing when Erikhausen brings out those ice packs, they're like goalie pads on his knees. I mean, he's got, and we've seen him ice his knees the last couple of years, but he's got, it looks like a goalie pad, honestly. It goes from the top of his knee all the way down to his ankles. So, and he's icing both knees whenever he's out of the game. So just expand a little bit on what you wrote about what he's doing to manage his body later in his career. And you said he's managing things, dealing with things. What's he dealing with?
Yeah, Draymond's big deal this year was to be in like tip-top shape, and he came in like the best shape of his life. He wanted to get stronger, like lower body strength, and that's part of what you're seeing with him icing his knees and stuff. He's a big wine guy now. I think he gave up the hard stuff, and he's really into wine. Like if you ever want to get Draymond engaged in a conversation, bring up like wine, especially like Burgundy or something. He'll talk your ear off about it. So I do think that there's been some like significant changes. But one of the reasons like Steve Kerr and Draymond are so adamant about playing a center for most of the minutes is because he is about to be 35. There is wear and tear on his body, and it adds up. The way he plays is so physical. So there is a limit on how much getting in great shape can do. Like right now, his shoulder is bothering him, and you could tell. I was asking him about a shot last night, and you could just see him moving it sometimes, like messing with it. Like those are the type of things when you're anchoring a defense that just kind of wears on you. So they want him for the long haul. This is why Jonathan Kuminga gets squeezed a bit, because he needs to play power forward. And in their mind, Steve Kerr's mind, he needs to play power forward, but Draymond, you want him playing power forward. You don't want him playing center for all of his 27 minutes. So he's done a lot to get in shape. He's in probably the best shape overall. Like people think like just conditioning and win, but the combination of strength, conditioning, like his endurance, like his mental health, like this is the best we've seen from Draymond in a long time. Now it's just a matter of maintenance. One of the things he would do during the season is he would lose the strength because you spend all this off season kind of working towards it, and then the season goes on. That's why he lifts weights now, so he can maintain his strength throughout the season. Little stuff like that, but they got to preserve it. These dudes aren't young. You could see them Papa last night in the locker room. They were looking like, yeah, this is game 17 out of 82, and that was the best. It's 82 games.
Yeah.
But if you look at them in the eyes, you could tell they were like, whew. Like, man, I could use that night off. I could just see the vibe in their eyes. It could have used the night off.
Which is interesting. Because they don't. I mean, back in the day, if you played home games Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you had to practice Tuesday and Thursday. And even the starters would run a little bit. They don't do that. But the Warriors are practicing today. And they're going to play tomorrow night against Oklahoma City. So you think today would be a day off for those guys. And then they're going to practice it on Friday before they fly in Black Friday to Phoenix. So I do wonder. I mean, they're not going to bust their asses, especially Steph and Draymond in practice today. But you're around this team a lot. We watch them on TV. I go to an occasional game when I can. I never go to practice. They don't let us in. How would you categorize the way the NBA practices now versus back in the day? And like today, I assume it's more video, getting organized on offense, maybe some shell work on defense where they're not getting beat off the dribble. I mean, they're not going to ask these guys to come back and practice today after you say they look so tired after the game last night.
Nah, NBA practices are way different. They only do the hard practices when you got a couple days. It's a lot of film work. It's a lot of walkthroughs. It's a lot of, like what they say, get what you need, right? Where each individual player has his regimen and his plan, and you go execute that. I'd imagine, I don't know for sure, but I'd imagine there'll be a lot of free throw shooting in whatever practice they have. I'm not sure, but I'm
make them run if they
that's
miss.
What it'll be.
If they don't make both, make them run, right?
That's old school suicide. If you don't run, give me a suicide. So you're right. They won't practice hard. They don't go hard like that anymore. This isn't like the practice where Iverson used to be like, we talk about practice because he on the side while like Eric Snow and them are going crazy. But it's a lot of individual refinement and a lot of like going over schemes. That's one of the things Steve said. Like we need to practice because their rotations, their matchups, how they defend people. They don't get a chance to work on it. In NBA, they just don't practice. I mean, that's the bottom line. They really don't ever practice. It's maybe 20 practices in a year. They don't practice.
They don't even do shoot-arounds. Do they even do shoot-arounds the morning of a game anymore?
They do shoot-arounds. They just don't. Like, Steve doesn't do them a lot. Most teams still do a shoot-around, but Steve doesn't do shoot-arounds. I mean, they're probably doing something privately. They don't tell the media about it. But I think it's one of those get what you need film session. They're not going out there they're not going out there putting work into the knees. They're not building a sweat, I don't think.
Couple more minutes here with Marcus Thompson. And Marcus, I want to ask you about everybody's favorite topic this morning. That's Moses Moody, and has really hot first half. Didn't get a lot of run there in the second half. And look, we know Steve Kerr is very intentional with his combinations, and based on the lineup switches, it looked like he was really putting Moody at that 3 spot, kind of switching him in and out with Andrew Wiggins. I do think Moses Moody on a night like last night is very capable of playing the 2. And I just want to ask you, what in your opinion, why wasn't Steve Kerr and Terry Stotts kind of finding ways to get Moody to take some spots and minutes from Lindy Waters or Brandon Pajemski or even a struggling GP2 last night?
It's one of the great mysteries of Golden State Warriors basketball. Like, Moody produces almost, it feels like every time. Like, he'll have a couple sinkers, but generally he produces. And it feels like he's the hardest player for them to get on the court. I mean, if you just thought about this from just the social aspect of it, Lindy Waters has walked in and took a spot over Moses Moody, who's paid all of the dues in the world, right? But it's really about, system. So, number one, Moses isn't that great guarding smaller players. The laterally quick players, they blow right by him, which is part of the problem. He's really good with threes, guard forwards. He's a hustle player. He rebounds. But Lindy Waters is better on when they switch him out onto the guys and you're out on the island. He's a little bit better at that. And that matters a lot to Steve and the Warriors defense. The other thing is they need ball handlers and passers. And Moody, I think he can pass, but because of his history with the Warriors, he's out there trying to show, I could do this. Moody can get a bucket. And so, Steve likes people who move the ball, who, participate in the system where Moody can be a little quick with the trigger. So these things kind of work against him. I do think Pajemski, some of the minutes can go to Moody, but they don't have ball handlers. They don't have guys who can just say, I got the rock, and you're not going to take it from me. I'm just going to be able to dribble while we work our motions, and then you won't take it from me. It's Kyle Anderson, it's Steph Curry, it's Draymond Green, it's Pajemski. But when Steph and Draymond are sitting, like, you need pods. You need somebody who can do that. So it is very weird. Like, I understand the logic of it, but I don't get why when a dude is on a heater, when he's playing well, he still don't get on the court, because just philosophically, the strengths of Moody are duplicated in their best players, and the weaknesses of Moody are not duplicated. So it's not like, like Lindy Waters' strengths and his weaknesses match what the Warriors want to do. Just like Ty Jerome did. Remember Ty Jerome before he was the super Cleveland Cavaliers All-Star? Yeah. Now he's like going to be an All-Star or whatever. Like, now he's incredible. But even back then, the things he did well and the things he didn't, they matched the Warriors' aesthetic. And I do think that Moody gets blown by too much for their liking and is a bucket. Like, he's going to go score. I just think it works against him far too much, for my opinion. I think Moody absolutely should be out there, especially when it's a 17-point lead that's dwindling away and you need somebody to get a bucket. I feel like you need Moody on the court, but it's just a really strange dynamic that somehow he always ends up the odd man out.
Yeah, Warriors have coughed up a couple of sizable leads, 18 last night, 17 in San Antonio. But still, they have the record of a really good NFL team at 12-5 in the regular season.
The Niners would love that
Which
record.
was their record last year, and they could have been 13-4. They kicked the last game against the Rams. 12-5 seems like so long ago. They've already got 6 losses this year, Marcus. We're going to Orchard Park, New York on Sunday. If they lose a 7th game, what does that mean? Do they have to run the table? Can you win the NFC West at 9-8? You got Detroit looming there, and a trip to Miami. I mean, you're the great prognosticator on Now Things Niners. Are they going to make the playoffs this year somehow, some way?
Why do I still feel like yes with no evidence before me? Okay. I mean, first off, you can feel like Buffalo and Detroit, that's 2 more losses, so that's 8. Yes, they'll win the NFC West, because I think this is more of my lack of belief in the Rams, Arizona, and Seattle. Like, it really boils down to that. I feel like I don't believe in those other teams as much as I don't believe in the Niners. So, all right, yeah, they'll win the NFC West. It feels like doom and gloom. It feels like they're done. And they've got so much talent, it makes sense that somehow they find a way. So, yeah, I think 9-8 wins the division.
Oof.
Somehow, if they manage to figure out a way to get to 10-7, I don't know how, but that definitely wins the division, which is a crazy thought. I just can see it. I was just talking about this last night. Like, watch they win a division while I'm sticking a fork in them. They're gonna end up winning a division. And when you look at it, what's Seattle gonna do really? They're 6-5, but yes, they can lose 4 of their last whatever games. I don't believe in these teams.
I actually totally agree with that, Marcus. I think that the only team that resembled some kind of identity was Arizona, and they just looked horrendous against Seattle, and they're doing one of their late season Arizona flops where Kyler Murray does that. They do it every
year. Like, I don't understand. Like, Minnesota started like crazy. It's like, at some point they'll be 8-8. Like, these teams do this. They get to the end of the year, and it's the same thing. They're not ready for November football. Like, I just don't believe in Arizona. In the end, also, they probably shouldn't win the West because they've been the worst against their own division, the 49ers. So they probably deserve to not win the division based on how they played in their own division. But it's just not a good division this year. Simply put, it's not good. So why not Cal?
We lose you?
Lost him?
Why not Kyle? I think he was saying
Why
Kyle.
not Kyle Shanahan's crew? Why not?
Oh, okay.
Got it.
Take us back to why not us, the Bengals, when they made the Super Bowl. Marcus, we really appreciate the time. Have a great Thanksgiving and go get some rest along with Steph and Draymond, please, for everybody.
Hey, stop acting like y'all like turkey. Nobody likes turkey.
I don't like turkey. I'm not even having
Nobody
it.
likes
No
turkey.
one
So
likes
cut
it.
this out.
Stuffed bologna
No one
on
likes
Thanksgiving.
turkey.
I'm going stuffed bologna.
Have
I'm
a good
going
one,
crab.
Marcus.
Oh, that's
All right.
nice.
Awesome. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, and always great to catch up with him. He does it with the pen. He does it with the mic. And, yeah, no turkey for Marcus Thompson coming up on Thursday. But he does believe the 49ers have a little bit of life there. And we're going to pick up this conversation on the other side, Greg. We're going to keep talking a little bit of Warriors and also pivot to the 49ers as the 11 o'clock hour is going to be a big one. But we got to pay some bills right now. It's Papa, it's Silver, it's Walter on a Tuesday on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lefty fading and firing. And there's Kuminga on the clock. That's a whole other part of his game he could explore.
That's a whole other part of the Warriors they needed to explore, as I tell you that you were listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, wrapping up hour number 1 here of Papa and Silver. We just spoke to Marcus Thompson, had a lot to dissect about the Warriors and their bad loss to the Brooklyn Nets last night. As you see, Walter, with amazing job on the graphics, by the way, he's just sending me little cutouts last night at like midnight and telling me to go to sleep. I'm like, you go to sleep. You're killing the graphics, but you got Dennis Schroeder cut out. 31 points, 4 of 8 threes, 17 in the fourth. And then the Nets, after it was 86-68 Golden State Warriors lead in the third quarter, the Nets go on a 60-36 run and make the Warriors walk out of their own building sad. Jonathan Kuminga was the highlight coming in, Greg, and that is a player whose trade value, or maybe just value to the team, is definitely surging with a couple of losses without him now. These are 2 teams in San Antonio and Brooklyn in which Kuminga particularly, I think, would do well when it's younger teams that are athletic, maybe haven't had a lot of the nuances of the game come to them. Maybe their team's defending in a 5-man unit. Oh, and by the way, Nick Claxton, the rim protector for Brooklyn, was not there last night. Sometimes when you get in these offensive droughts, you just need a bucket. And Jonathan Kuminga would have been the perfect guy to go and get a bucket or get to the free throw line. He wasn't there last night, and the Warriors paid the price for it.
They're missing him. There's no question. And they, season-ending ACL injury and coming surgery, and he's going to have it sometime next week, I think on December the 3rd, so Wednesday next week, to Anthony Melton. And I think the Warriors' strength has been their defense, their wings that can guard, but specifically last year they lacked guys that could guard the ball. They got a lot of guys that can guard the ball, but you don't have DeAnthony Melton. He's one of your best ball stoppers. And Kuminga, against certain matchups, bigger type guys like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's not as overtly fast as Dennis Schroeder is, and Dennis Schroeder gives a little hesitation, then explodes. I mean, when he turned the corner last night on GP2, I went, whoa. He never gets beat off the dribble like that. He just got a blow-by, but there was no help waiting. He didn't push him one way. But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander will beat you off the dribble, but he'll do it more into your body, more Ja Morant-like, and then post you inside. So I think Kuminga could have guarded certainly Dennis Schroeder last night, at least been a body. They didn't have people that can do it. Even, Marcus was talking about, and Moses Moody he's a good defender, but he's not a guy you put on the ball. I thought even Lindy Waters III last night struggled. He looked a little top-heavy. A guy that long at 6'6", he should be able to recover, move his feet. Clay always did that, and just not get beat all the way to the cup. But he got beat last night. So I'm sure they're working on, the turnovers organization offensively, not turning into live ball, and, the scattered court, but also the shell defensively. You got to have a plan how you want to push guys, right or left, and build a wall, have Draymond sitting behind Trace Jackson-Davis, great shot blocker, and Looney, and that's how they defend. They push you where you're going to beat us off the dribble. Okay, we're going to take you where we want you to go, whether we're pushing you baseline or pushing you to your offhand, keeping you away from your strong hand, whatever it is. But they miss Kuminga. Now, this is going to happen in the course of it, and guys get sick. Guys get bronchitis. Steph Curry rolls an ankle. It happens, so let's not overreact. 82 is a grind. You're really going to have guys you can count on 70 games if you're lucky. But with Steph and Draymond, as Marcus was talking about, you got to manage their minutes. When the Warriors were rolling to 5 straight finals, the 82 games were just to pay the bills. They were just to see how much they would be the number 1 seed by. Do they have to be the 2nd seed or the 3rd seed? You could still win a title from there.
I mean, how many fourth quarters did Steph, Clay, Durant, and Draymond
MVP
sit?
year? The year that Steph was unanimous MVP when he made the 402 threes and won his 2nd MVP in a row. He didn't play, I want to say maybe 25 of the 82 fourth quarters he didn't play at all. So that's going to cut a lot of minutes down. And they're still under 30. But to your point about Kuminga, and fans love the young guy, Kuminga, obviously. Moody, why is he not playing? And there's a reason for that. But first of all, you got to get Kuminga healthy and get him out there against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And Oklahoma City is going to be a problem. They're right there with the Warriors record-wise. Seems like a lot of teams go to Sacramento right before they come to play the Warriors. It was likewise for Brooklyn. Oklahoma City was in Sacramento last night. They were Golden One Center, and they laid 130 points on Mike Brown's defense, and they all played well. Jalen Williams had 28. SGA had 37. Lou Dort didn't score, which is interesting, but that guy defends, and he had 10 rebounds in the game, and they got guys coming off the bench. So, they're 13-4 right there. So the Warriors were better than them until this 2-game losing streak. They won 57 games last year. They're a good team, Oklahoma City, but it's a long grind. I wouldn't overreact to everything. It's the first real little lull they've had. The Clipper losses were dispersed. The turnovers were a problem. You have a common theme of why you're losing is the turnovers are high in the 4 or 5 losses now. And although they weren't high last night, they just turned into live ball and 26 points. I've never seen that off 12.
13,
the free throwing issue, you got to solve that. And that's individual, and that's just staying after practice or before practice, and you can make shooting games. You can turn it into competition. Years ago, the Warriors were a terrible free throw shooting team, and Nelly hired Gary Bourne and brought him in, and his job was only to teach him to shoot free throws. And he liked the one-hand release. Nelly always shot his one-handed. So you don't want to start changing guys. I don't see mechanically fundamental bad free throw shooters on this team. They're just not making them outside of Steph. I think that's something that'll cost you games, though. You just can't have a night where you're missing 11 free throws in the game. And then, the turnovers are in the high teens. You can't have those nights. They're hard. Last night it wasn't horrible. But I think the one sequence in the game that was most telling, when Steph made that 4-point play and they went up 18, and he did the dance on the floor and the shimmy, and they had a couple of bad turnovers. Lindy Waters, they pitched it ahead to Lindy, tried a reverse layup. That's a hard basket to make. But the one sequence where I thought, and I watched the game back this morning. I never watch them live. It's more efficient that way. And I didn't know if they won or lost. I don't want to know. But when Draymond missed the back-to-back free throws, and then Brandon Pajemski starts DB Coopering, he comes flying in a parachute. It's like, there's some offensive rebounds you go for. There's some that are reckless. What are you doing? He jumped over the whole lane like a long jumper. Just let him have the rebound. And then so you missed the 2 free throws. You compound it by fouling them, giving them 2 free throws. And then I don't know if they were fouling Draymond intentionally or not, but they fouled him again. And he made just 1 out of the 2. So Draymond was 1 for 4 last night at the free throw, 1 for 4. And I remember that sequence when he missed 3 out of 4 because he missed the 2. And I love Pajemski. He's I never seen a guy pivot so much for a guard in the lane. It's like, how many pivot feet do you have? He is a human tripod. It's like you keep changing. Do you have a third foot here? How do you get away with this? He does by and large, but this could be a 3-second call. How long are you in the lane for? He did make a little step back shot. I love the guys. When he beat him to a spot and picked up that charge in transition, that was really effective. Most guys are in position to pick up a charge, but he raced to the spot, got above the restricted circle, and got his feet set and lined up. And he loved it, but he was on his back. He went, first down that way. We got the charge. So he makes a lot of winning plays, but I thought that offensive rebound retrieval he was trying to get of Draymond's second missed free throw was reckless, and it resulted in them getting fouled and making 2 shots.
I actually am not too worried about the missed free throws for last night in particular because I digested this one with JD a little bit. And the misses, there was 11 for 17 is not good, but you had 0 for 2 from Kevon Looney, 1 for 4 from Draymond Green. Obviously, 1 for 6. It's got to be better between those two, but where the misses came from are not guys that are supposed to be making free throws. It drives me crazier when Kuminga or Pajemski or Andrew Wiggins or even Buddy Hield or even Steph on the rare occasion are leaving points on the table. I can live with Draymond Green and Kevon Looney missing some free throws. Ideally, you just want it to be a little bit less. One more note on the Warriors before we kind of pivot to the Niners on the other side is not to overreact, but it has become a little bit of a trend, and I do think it's now at a point where there is a discussion. Buddy Hield hasn't shot over 50% since the Boston game, and we have a few Kings fans here in the bullpen. I would never out them because that would be mean. But everybody laughs about the meme that goes around the internet of the Buddy Hield cycle. Goes crazy for the first 10 games with a new team, cools off, team wonders why they traded for him, cycle starts over again. Buddy, I think that teams are going to start playing him very high on the perimeter, and the teams that the Warriors struggle against, Greg, your Clippers, Cleveland.
My Clippers, because they were the Buffalo Braves, you know.
Exactly.
They are
That's
my
right.
Clippers. Deep down, I do love them.
Deep down, your San Diego, Buffalo, Los Angeles Clippers with Steve Ballmer's wall in the back. They're teams that really have strong on-ball defense and challenge the Warriors at the perimeter. Buddy Hield's a great shooter. I wouldn't define him as a shot creator by any means. Terry Stotts is his shot creator.
Now, we're going to do shots later on. Those are the shots we're going to create.
No Draymond, though. He's only one.
You cannot. You are getting into the social media masses here. Keep shooting the damn ball, buddy. That's why you're on the floor. He takes some. I thought Steph Curry took the most difficult shots in the history of the NBA, and he took a couple last night that were really long-range shots. Now, only he can get away with it. Anybody else, really? Maybe Lillard? I don't know. Trae Young? I mean, Steph took a couple that were like, whoa, can we move the ball a little bit? The shot clock's at 22, brother. If you make it, we're going to get down and shimmy with you. But when you miss it, we got to get back defensively. But that's Steph. But Buddy Hield takes them all. He takes them falling out of bounds. That's why he's in the NBA. That's his special power, is to shoot the ball. Don't worry about shooting and missing. And he don't care. And that guy, he is much better off the dribble than I ever thought. He is very good off the dribble, creating his own shot. That's the first thing I know. I know he could shoot. I thought he was Klay Thompson coming into the NBA out of Oklahoma. He's just off a floppy, off a pin down, off a curl. He's ready to shoot it. Does not have to put it down at all. It goes right up. But the one thing, when they did crowd him early in the year because he's Buddy Buckets, he did put it on the deck, left hand, right hand. He had some tough finishes in the lane that were like, whoa. He's curiously, when he's dribbling to create a pass for a teammate, he's got too much Terry Teagle in him, and you think he's playing paddleball, and he'll hit it twice, then the third bounce will be in the fourth row. So I think he strategically dribbles effectively to score for himself. Kidding, buddy. But I'm watching that. But don't worry about him. They're going to attack him defensively. They did it last night. They tried to get Steph onto Schroeder. They're going to get matchups tomorrow night where Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's on Buddy. Okay, we know that. Then everybody's got to play behind him, push him to a side. Like when you're guarding Tatum, don't let him go to his right hand, make him go left, and we got a wall waiting for him left. He'll turn the ball over. That's team defense. That's the shell. He's fine. He's going to shoot and miss. A lot of nights he will shoot and miss you out of a game. But he's on the floor, so that's what great shooters do. They shoot. They don't worry about it. So he may have 3 games. He may have a week. He may have a week and a half. Now, if it starts to stretch out a little bit, the thing with him is shot selection, but it's hard. I mean, how do you talk to Steph Curry about shot selection for anybody else? You are not allowed to take that shot. Oh, you're Steph Curry. He can shake it and make it. Buddy Hield's kind of the same, so let's not overreact when he goes into a little bit of a lull. He is, after all, Buddy Buckets.
I'm liking this mix we have going on. I'm sitting here on a Tuesday mad about what I'm saying is by far the worst of the Warriors' 5 losses. Greg Papa's sitting here, and he's like, hey, you know what? The 49ers, once upon a time, were also 12-5, and that's what we're going to focus on next. San Francisco, back to Marcus Thompson's point, is the NFC West so mediocre to bad that the 49ers just might sneak out of this division? We'll talk about that coming up. It's KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Ricky Running Waters stops by the studio live and in person with Papa and Silver today at 12:30. Make sure to check out that interview on KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR social.
I think the Bay Area is collectively waking up a little tired today. It could be your mattress. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? The Sleep Number Smart Bed uniquely contours to your head, neck, and shoulders for more comfortable sleep. 94% of Sleep Number Smart Bed sleepers report better sleep quality versus non-smart bed sleepers. So the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you adjust your bed so it's firmer or softer whenever you need, so you can get the quality sleep you need to boost recovery and performance like a certain football team that we know. So we are heading into the holiday season. You're going to be having long days and nights, so you want to be able to get your best quality sleep. So pick up a Sleep Number bed, and you could do it this week during Sleep Number's Black Friday sale. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base of any kind. It ends Monday, a week from the day, December the 2nd. It's only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. See store for details.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
2nd and 10, Green Bay on their 33-yard line. Love has Jaden Reed next to him. Going to fake the pivot handoff to him and give it to Josh Jacobs. Big run up the middle, and he's into 49er territory. Clever action there. They had Jaden Reed. There's their Debo Samuel next to Love going left. He went in orbit motion. They faked the handoff to him. It was underneath downhill to Josh Jacobs for a gain of 18 yards.
And caught the 49ers in a stunt. Defensive line was going the other direction. Everybody slanted to the right. The action started the other direction for the Packers, and then Josh Jacobs came back inside, and a wicked spin move on Jair Brown in the open field. The safeties are going to have to tackle him in the open field.
This is a good time to tell everybody that if you're watching us on YouTube at KMBR 1045 or twitch.tv/thesportsleader, you can see Greg Papa drinking out of the 49ers foghorn.
We're going to have an exorcism later. Ricky Waters is coming in for who and for what. And Ricky's going to be at a Costco in Pleasanton tomorrow, and I'm going to be there as well. So, and it's all part of Elliot Gillespie, the great owner of Gold Bar Whiskeys for Gold Bar. So we're going to talk about that. Ricky is a fascinating guy, you know, his upbringing and just his life. He's written a book about it, and he's a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Fame finalist. We'll see if he makes it, but I do want to get his thoughts. He was out at Levi's for the Seattle game, and the fans, the faithful, just love the guy. But you know what the faithful even loves more is the faithful foghorn. You see him in the parking lots where people have them. I met the guys that gave. That's why I'm wearing the chubby from George Kittle. I was at Raj at the Plex in San Jose a few weeks ago doing Raj's podcast, and they all get decked out in the chubbies. And they gave me this. So what we're going to do today is have an exorcism. How many touchdowns have the Niners scored in 11 games, Greg?
24.
24. Christian McCaffrey scored 21 all by himself last year. We are having a touchdown drought. I'm in the touchdown San Francisco business. So is Kyle Shanahan. I'm sick of going to all these NFL cities and hearing, ooh, you didn't even score a touchdown, Vikings. You got a first down. We don't celebrate that. We celebrate touchdowns with a foghorn. They do bang on the drum in Green Bay, my hometown of Buffalo. They talking proud when Buffalo scores a touchdown. How many times am I going to hear that on Sunday night? To go to Orchard Park and deal with the Bills, how many points do you have to score on Sean McDermott's defense to deal with? Here we go. That's the foghorn. So what we're going to do is we're going to shoot off a foghorn. And Elliot tells me whenever the Niners score a touchdown, there's a tradition in the Bay Area. I wouldn't know because I'm working the games, but in the booth we do, Babs and I and Tim and the Mikes, Holler and Baird, we do a little quick shot of the Gold Bar. I hear there's a celebration. Whenever the Niners score a touchdown, people do a Gold Bar whiskey shot. So we're going to come in. We're getting an air compressor. It was very involved to get this to fire off. The air compressor goes right here into the valve, and I got the whole details how to do it. And then so we're going to do a touchdown call. Maybe I'll have Ricky Waters scoring a Niners touchdown. And then we'll have an exorcism. I don't know how many we'll do, but every time we do one, we're going to do a shot of Gold Bar whiskey with the owner of Gold Bar, Elliot Gillespie, because they've got to score going to Buffalo. And the one thing, we're going to break down in the playbook coming out where the Niners got out of their gaps, where the motion that the Green Bay Packers and Matt LaFleur ran the entire game, but it really started the second offensive play of the game, that 18-yard run by Josh Jacobs where they had Jaden Reed go in the orbit motion, the tight end Tucker Kraft go the other way. Buffalo Bills have not one but two really good tight ends. And I think the big change in their season this year is them running the ball. The one thing about Josh Allen, as good as he is, he will turn the ball over. He's led the NFL in turnovers the last 5 years. He didn't throw a pick to the Seattle game. His touchdown to interception ratio is insane. He is playing so well, and the big thing is they got a running back they can lead on now in James Cook. That's Dalvin Cook's little brother, and he has had some big games since they made the change at offensive coordinator, and we love Ken Dorsey from Miramonte High School, but they've just changed up a little bit the way they run their offense with Joe Brady. They're balanced. I mean, I've seen so many games where Josh Allen is just handing it off over and over and over again to number 4, and then he pulls it out and he'll run it himself. So I'm sure they'll have the quarterback, get involved in that because the Niners did give up also a touchdown to Kyler Murray. And this guy's, twice the size of Kyler Murray, but he's big and strong, and he doesn't have Kyler's speed, but good luck tackling him. So I think we need to get the Foghorn touchdown celebration going. The Niners need to score. I mean, how many we need? 4 in this game? I mean, Buffalo's offense. And then the first thing you got to do, though, to keep them manageable, because they do start slow a lot. Then they pick it up later. The Niners did not tackle number 8 at all on Sunday in Green Bay. Can they tackle number 4, Dalvin Cook's little brother, James Cook, in this game? Because, Buffalo and Joe Brady's looking at the tape right now, and he's like, yeah, if I put a receiver in motion here and a tight end underneath, and we got Kincaid and we got Knox, you think we could open up a gap and maybe run it right down their throat?
For Buffalo, this was thought of widely in national circles as a little bit of a rebuild, retool kind of year. They lost Stephon Diggs, and it turns out that, to your point, Greg, Josh Allen is not having to do everything. He would turn the ball over a lot because he was having to do everything. He is a special player who would make special plays and sometimes get a little too overzealous. NFL defenses will make you pay. They have a run game now. So the Niners not only have to worry about tackling number 4 in James Cook, they got to worry about tackling number 17, Allen, and it's not their own, Brandon Allen. It's Josh, the MVP candidate.
Same number, too. That's eerie. What if it is, and we are going to the shores of Lake Erie, although the southern tier is far off the lake. We're not going to have Allentown, are we? We're going to find out more tomorrow, and I'll be at Levi's tomorrow. I'm not going to say you need Brock Purdy to play. The other thing is it's now the weather, and I love everybody's updating the weather. I grew up there, and the southern tier in Buffalo is where they get all the snow. The city could get an inch, and where the stadium is, Highmark Stadium, could get 2 feet. They get the snow in the southern tier, and they get the wind. So it's going to be blustery. The one thing about Josh Allen, and I was on like 3 Bills podcasts yesterday, I think he's the best quarterback in the history of the franchise. I mean, they had Jack Kemp. Joe Ferguson was really underrated with O.J. Jim Kelly is a Hall of Famer. And Jim ingratiated that fan base because his brothers, they all moved there, and they were out on Chippewa every night hanging out. And Jim was, he was a good old boy. But, he had a good arm. He doesn't have the fireballer from Fireball's arm. Josh Allen has a huge arm. So no matter what the wind is in that stadium, and it's like old Giant Stadium, they'll leave a tunnel open where the players come out of the field through the locker room, so you get wind coming through there. It's an old-style stadium. Outside of Lambeau, it's the second oldest stadium. I think the Kansas City Arrowhead's 1 year older, but they've renovated Arrowhead a lot, and they renovated Orchard Park a lot too. But they used to have, last time I was there, was a huge crown on the field because of the drainage and the snow. I think they flattened it out a little bit. It used to be like when Jim Kelly was playing, it was like you were mogul skiing. Or downhill skiing. I mean, honestly, there was like 17 inches from the middle of the field to the sideline. So if you had to throw across the field, the point is you need a special arm to be able to play in that stadium with the wind and the ball. It'll just look at the Tyler Bass's field goal last year in the Kansas City divisional loss. The wind just took the ball and just blew it away. Josh Allen, I've never seen him. His ball does not move at all. He is so big and strong. When he fires the football through that Western New York air, he pierces it. So Brandon Allen has a big arm. I hope Brock, if he does play, his shoulder is fully sound, because if you go to Buffalo, you got to grip it and rip it. And the other thing is, we'll see what the weather. Does Brock have to wear gloves in this game? He does not like to wear gloves. He did wear them for the divisional against Green Bay when it was raining. In the first series, he put on gloves, and then he took it off. He had a hard time. We went to Lake Erie early last year, week 6, up 5-0, and he had a hard time controlling the ball in the weather in Cleveland. Cleveland's got some big-time wind, but nothing like Orchard Park.
49ers are going to need to get a little bit healthier, especially on the defensive front, because we're going to talk about that next on Papa's Playbook. And this 49ers run defense that got pummeled by Josh Jacobs, Emmanuel Wilson, and the Green Bay Packers collectively. The Buffalo Bills are also getting healthier coming off a bye. They're going to get Dalton Kincaid. They're going to get Keon Coleman, Spencer Brown. Oh, and by the way, Matt Milano is going to be coming back too. So we just had Dre Greenlaw, the practice window opening, and he'll be practicing tomorrow, which was good news. But the Bills have their own linebacker who's going to come back even sooner. His name's Matt Milano, and he is a darn good player.
I want to see the matchup, and I love Matt Milano. But he keeps getting hurt. Is he definitely playing in this game? I know they opened his window. Fred is fast, and Fred can cover. Matt Milano is Patrick Willis fast. So probably the only guy, and I've watched Fred in practice and training camp, man match Christian, but I want to see Sean McDermott just put number 58, Matt Milano, on Christian McCaffrey for all those Texas routes, the option choice routes over the middle. If there's one linebacker in the NFL that can cover him, it is Matt Milano. But can he do it playing his very first game off IR if he does play on Sunday Night Football with Tirico calling the game? Tirico ruptured his Achilles tendon, by the way. Do you hear that? That's what I heard. I heard he worked last week with a ruptured Achilles. Is that true, or is that just was I taken for a ride on social media?
I don't know, but we'll have to get him on the show if it's true.
How the hell did he do that? He doesn't move fast enough to rupture an Achilles.
He's pulling a Matt LaFleur right before his first coaching stint. And by the way, Matt Milano, it's not official that he's going to play, but it's something that would certainly be worth watching if that does happen.
Totally. They opened his window going into their bye week.
Yeah.
He didn't play against Kansas City, but I think they're trying to get him to go in this game. But that'll be a great matchup. That guy is fast.
We're going to talk about this next on Papa's Playbook. That's right. It's our first Papa's Playbook on Papa and Silver, and I can't wait. That's all coming up. It's Papa Silver and Walter on a Tuesday on The Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
No, I mean, other than that, I don't think there was a ton of miscommunication throughout. I think they presented some different run looks than we had prepared for in the first half, which we adjusted to as the game went on, and which was helpful, but we got to be better from the jump.
That was the quote from Fred Warner that Papa said he was very alarmed by yesterday with the run defense not exactly being prepared for some of the looks. And it is that time where we're going to break it all down. We got Dante Whitner coming up at 11:50. But right now is the time for Papa's Playbook, and that starts now.
When he's not on the mic.
Left flat, spider 3, wide banana, first down, and goal to go 49ers.
He's focused on the film.
We're going to break down a couple of plays.
Time for Papa's Playbook as Greg Papa goes deep on the game tape.
We'll get to the jet sweep in a minute.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Nice music bed to go with the Papa's Playbook. And we're not going to get to the jet sweep per se in a minute, but we are going to get to some of the motion that set the 49ers run defense on a path that allowed them to get bullied. Papa, what do you have for us today in regards to the run defense?
Well, it's a version of the jet sweep. It's orbit motion from Jaden Reed. So what Fred said, some run looks we weren't prepared for, what's he talking about? So we'll take you to the second play of the game. And we actually talked about it yesterday. You said, where did it all go wrong? I don't want to say it all fell apart in the second play of the game, but the Green Bay Packers, Matt LaFleur, brought out a run action that is, a caller called it Kyle Shanahan's offense gimmicky, and the whole league is running these things. And where did Matt LaFleur learn all these run fits? And from Kyle, when they were together with Gary Kubiak in Houston, with Mike Shanahan in Washington, with Dan Quinn at Atlanta, went on and on and on. So where did it all go wrong? In my opinion, this is kind of a microcosm of Sunday at Lambeau Field. Second play of the game. It's second down 10. They're going to run not a jet sweep, but it's orbit motion with Jaden Reed, number 11. The tight end also moves in motion, and the Niners slide. First of all, they stunt their front one way. We'll break it down with the video. And then Devondre Campbell and Fred Warner take an interesting path, and you leave Jair Brown all by himself. But Papa's Playbook. And before we did this, we did it after the Minnesota game. We did like 12 plays, and we broke the internet, and we broke our website. We broke the video stream. We broke it all. So we're not going to do that. We're going to come back with Papa's Playbook, which is one play at a time. And this is the play, the second offensive play from scrimmage for either team. Josh Jacobs goes for 18 yards. Second and 10, Green Bay on their 33-yard line. Love has Jaden Reed next to him. Going to fake the pivot handoff to him and give it to Josh Jacobs. Big run up the middle, and he's into 49er territory. Clever action there. They had Jaden Reed. There's their Debo Samuel next to Love going left. He went in orbit motion. They faked the handoff to him. It was underneath downhill to Josh Jacobs for a gain of 18 yards.
And caught the 49ers in a stunt.
Yeah, so let's watch the play, and there's really nothing that unusual about it as you look at it from the all-22 from behind. There's Jaden Reed, number 11, going in the orbit motion. The orbit motion is where a wide receiver, it could be anybody, Debo does it a lot, goes in motion behind the quarterback and the running back. They also brought Tucker Kraft, the tight end, in motion from the other side. So you got Kraft going from right to left. You got Jaden Reed going from left to right. Watch what the action does. As Kraft goes across to the left, Malik Mustafa comes down in the run fit. Look at where Devondre Campbell and Fred Warner go. They fill in behind. You heard Tim Ryan's call. They stunted the front. So the two defensive tackles go hard to the right, to the offensive left. I think where the air is here, and you'd have to know the exact call, watch Devondre Campbell, number 59 in the middle of the defense with Fred Warner. So watch it slowly from the end zone camera. You get a great look at it here, Mike. Tucker Kraft, the tight end, goes in motion, number 85. He goes from right in line to left. Malik Mustafa, the safety, comes down. So you got a run fill out there. There's the orbit motion, the pivot handoff that I call it. See Debo get that handoff a lot. They don't go that way. It's a 360 spin. This is tough ball handling, footwork for the quarterback. gives it to Josh Jacobs. Fred Warner goes in. Right there, Devondre Campbell jumps inside the right guard, Sean Ryan. Should he take that path and leave that whole gaping hole in the middle, or should he take the other shoulder? Look at the gap that number 8 has. He has 8 yards of width. Now, you going to call Jair Brown for a missed tackle here? Technically, it is. But you got number 8 with an 8-yard running advantage coming downhill at 223 pounds. You can't tackle him with one guy. You got to in and out him. So the whole play is flawed from the inception. But it starts. What is Fred talking about? They gave us run looks we weren't familiar with. The Niners run this play. The whole league runs this play. It's not gimmicky. They may have done something subtle that is too deep for me to understand, but it looks like. Now look at Jair Brown. How does he tackle him here? You got one guy. He goes low on his legs. Josh Jacobs goes right into a 360 spin. He does it so well. Oh, the guy's 223 pounds. He had 44 missed tackles coming into the game, the third most in the NFL. So that little illusion there. Here's Malik comes down. Malik's going to take the dive with Josh Jacobs there. He gets kind of confused. He can't get there in time. And it really is the stunt call on the play. If you had to do it over again, maybe Chris Kasarik, the D-line coach, does not call a hard stunt, and you just stay in your gaps, but you stunt to one side, and the offensive line just washes you out. Watch the 2 inside guys. Jordan Elliott, 92, Malik Collins, 99. The call is a stunt. So they all go hard to their right, and then the linebackers fill in behind to the left. So they're just going to get washed out. It's an easy block for those linemen to push them out of the way. And then does Devondre Campbell take the right gap there? Should he go outside of 71 shoulder rather than inside and get washed out? And look at that hole. Is that a surprise that Josh Jacobs? I mean, if you give Christian McCaffrey that hole, that's not 18 yards. That's 88 yards and a touchdown. So where did it all go wrong? I don't want to say right from the second play of the game, but they ran that action over and over and over again. How often do we see number 11, Jaden Reed, go in that orbit motion? And all it does is freeze the backside. The jet sweep does it as well. You can run the jet sweep over and over and over and over again and never give it to the jet sweeper. I remember years ago, John Gruden did it with James Jett, the Olympic track star wide receiver for the Raiders, and he called it ghost motion. So what he did there, by putting him in motion going one way, you did not have to block the backside end. The backside end has to stay home in case you hand it to James Jett, in case you give it to Tyreek Hill, in case you give it to Debo Samuel, in case you give it to Jaden Reed. So that guy, you don't have to block him. You got a numbers advantage there, but then the Niners got misaligned there. So I just wonder what Fred was talking about there. And they were able to fix it some in the second half. Jacobs had a big first half, and they didn't have as many yards in the second half. They came banging on the drum with the short yardage plays, obviously, but and, you know, Buffalo, Joe Barry's looking at this play. The whole league is running the orbit motion now. You go to Miami and deal with Tyreek Hill and his speed and that exit motion, the cheat motion. They're going to give it to you all day. And the one thing about Green Bay coming into the game, we saw the numbers. They lead the NFL coming into Sunday in motioning a player at the snap, not just pre-snap motion where you move a guy and then he gets still. They have guys going in motion when they snap the ball more than any team in football. And a lot of it is Jaden Reed, number 11. He's their Debo. He's their move guy. All he did was just take the flow of the defense and the linebackers one direction. You slanted the front the other direction. You didn't fill it properly behind, and you didn't touch Josh Jacobs until he was at 8 yards, broke one tackle on a spin, and he got 18 yards.
One by one, all the way up to 18. That was both painful to relive and also pretty incredible from Greg Papa. And if you're listening to us on the radio and you're getting the audio only, I know that might have been a little bit of a tough segment to digest. And that's why I want to say, after great work by Greg and by Walter, that you can go catch this clip on YouTube. It'll be up on our YouTube page, just an isolated Papa's playbook clip. And I do think it's very much going to be worth the watch for that one, to see the video version of breaking it down. One by one, 18 yards. Look, we've seen how it is when Kyle Shanahan gets comfortable many times since 2019 in particular, Greg. When Jordan Love gets comfortable and when Matt LaFleur gets comfortable, it becomes a problem. And that's why I'm with you. The second play of the game set a tone.
And I actually sat down with Devondre Campbell and did a long interview with him going into the game. He's got a deep voice. If he wants to be a tri-host on this show, we'll invite him in. He's a smart guy. He really knows football. At one time, He was a first-team All-Pro player. The 2021 year in Green Bay, he was all that. We saw him in the playoffs that year in the snow. He's had injuries. He got hurt the next year. He said, I was going for a second straight All-Pro first team. He got hurt in 22. Last year, he got hurt again. He had all kinds of injuries, ankle and neck, and his whole body. He didn't move well. We could see it last year, but he's smart. He's instinctive. He's got long arms. He makes up for it. He was playing better for 3 straight games going into the game at Green Bay. But part of my thinking was they cut him. They know who he is. And they the best play callers in football go at certain guys. I saw Mike Shanahan do it over and over and over again. The Raiders had a linebacker named Travion Smith. Al Davis loved him. He thought he was the next Rod Martin. He was fast as hell. But he would be fast going the wrong direction. He would take 2 steps the wrong direction. So I just thought, oh, God. Mike Shanahan, he's going to wait, and he waited. He let Travion make a couple of plays, then he spun him around like a top and dropped him for a big play. He took the cheese. With Devondre, they didn't wait. They went at him the second play of the game, and they kept going. And I saw Minnesota early in the year, and they know him from the NFC North. They're a great coaching staff, and their head coach, Kevin O'Connell's a great play designer, play caller, underrated leader. And they targeted him. And other teams have obviously targeted him where you can all see it in the pass game. But the running game, they are targeting him. And in this game, I'm not saying they're picking on him. And he was also the 12th man on the field. He was the one that was on the field when they went from a 4-2-5 to a 5-1-5. And that one linebacker's got to get off the field. He didn't get it may have been a miscommunication. It's just obvious that they were going at him a lot. That's why Dre Greenlaw's return to practice tomorrow and installation day could be huge to get him back. But he's not going to play in Buffalo. Devondre Campbell is. And D. Winter has had a lot of good snaps in the game. So hopefully Devondre, we'll see what Buffalo does. But you just got to be ready because they're going to come at you in the run game. We wanted to do that into Dante Whitner. Maybe we'll play it for Dante if it's possible, and that'll get him going a little bit, and he'll take it to the next level on the run fits and how they got pushed around. Because that was just one play of that action that we showed. We could show you like 12 more along the way. Maybe that's hyperbole. Maybe 8 plays more, just like it, where the Niners were susceptible to that pre-snap motion. So how do they fix it?
Yeah, good job to not show 8 plays and break the entire system.
No,
and also, that would carry us all the way to 2 o'clock. We'd be golden. But no, we got a great rest of the show coming for you. Another 2 hours, 15 minutes here. It's Papa and Silver on a Tuesday. And we got Dante Whitner next. So we'll talk about what went wrong in Green Bay and also look ahead to Buffalo with one of the hardest hitting safeties we've ever seen in the Bay Area. That's all coming up here. It's KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity line. Greg Papa here. Listen up, homeowners. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. One client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project that is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto and see how much you qualify for. Imagine this time next week you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. Call 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
We do it every week, catching up with our good friend Dante Whitner, former 49ers safety, currently with NBC Sports Bay Area. And one of my favorite optimists that we ever get to have on the airwaves. Greg Papa said, I'm not an optimist, I'm not a pessimist, I'm a realist. We need some of the Dante Whitner positive vibes here, but we're having a pretty fun show on a Tuesday, and Dante joins us on the UMA guest line right now. Dante, happy Thanksgiving week, and how are you?
Happy Thanksgiving Eve to you guys. And I don't know if I'm as optimistic as I was last week. The only thing that we can be optimistic about is everybody in the division is pretty much struggling. The number one team is the Arizona Cardinals and the Seattle Seahawks. and they're only one game, 1.5 games out of first place. So I think that's the only thing to be optimistic about right now.
Yeah, but you got to win football games. They're a game ahead. They're 6-5, both of them, and the 49ers and Rams are 5-6. So the game, I was, saying I'm not optimistic. I'm not pessimistic. I'm realistic. And I saw what we all saw. Josh Jacobs ran all over them in the first half. And what was disturbing was Fred Warner's remarks right after the game, Dante, where he said, I think they presented some different run looks that we didn't prepare for in the first half. Now, they got it solved a little bit in the second half. We just opened up the All-22 to the audience watching on YouTube and Twitch, and I thought it was the second play of the game and the 18-yard run by Josh Jacobs. They set Jaden Reed into the orbit motion, and Tucker Kraft, the tight end, went the other way. The Niners stunned to the front, and they didn't get the linebackers to fill in behind, in particular Devondre Campbell. So take it from there. What are you seeing as far as gap integrity, the missed tackles? What is Fred talking about, different run looks they didn't prepare for? What was going on with the run defense the first quarter and a half on Sunday?
Well, first and foremost, the Green Bay Packers went out and strategically picked up Josh Jacobs in the offseason to do what he did versus the 49ers. They felt like the previous backs that they had, I forget his name.
Aaron Jones.
The smaller Aaron Jones, a smaller slasher. He didn't get it done. And Josh Jacobs has a mentality that he'll run through a brick wall. And he's similar to Marshawn Lynch in that aspect. So he gave the 49ers issues. It was really about attitude. And when you look at this, there should never be a time where your best defender says and feels that they didn't prepare for a run or a pass play. I remember back in the days with, with Harbaugh and Ed Donatell and Vic Fangio, there was never a play that we didn't see. Even if we had to rep it, through the cards, on the board, on the video, through walkthrough, there was never a run that we didn't see. And if there was, gap run defense is simple. It's see what's in front of you, see who's the pullers. If they're creating extra gaps, hold the line of scrimmage, take two at the point of attack, tackle, gang tackle, and then there's ways that you pursue the football after the football is broken, the second, third line of defense, and the 49ers aren't doing any of that. But the most disappointing thing is they're not playing with attitude, they're not playing with physicality, and teams are beating the 49ers in the way that the 49ers were accustomed to beating teams over the last few years. That's the most disappointing thing.
Dante, sticking with the defense, but shifting sort of from the run defense challenges to the pass defense. I know Jordan Love didn't have all that of an impressive game on Sunday statistically, but Ike Yadam got beat on what should have been a 49-yard touchdown right in Christian Watson's hands. And then Renardo Green, who for the most part has had a pretty impressive rookie season, was getting picked on a little bit as well. And Greg and I kind of hashed that one out yesterday. Going up against an even better quarterback in a Josh Allen, what needs to change in the secondary for the 49ers, as they could very well be facing a brutal passing attack here in snowy weather?
Well, I said it on pregame last week. And one of my breakdown plays was third down, the 49ers just aligning in basic coverages like they did in the past. The only difference is they don't have a dominant front four to be able to create pressure and expect the ball to come out quickly. So a guy like Geno Smith and Jordan Love, they have enough time in the pocket to be able to manipulate guys underneath, whether it be Campbell or Fred Warner, and throw the ball behind them. It's called taking the cheese. And then a lot of times they're converting from a cover 3 team to more of a cover 4 team with 4 defensive backs back, 3 guys underneath, and 4 rushers. And Renardo Green is outside of his comfort zone. Yeah, you can ask a young rookie cornerback, to play some off coverage here and there spottingly, but not consistently. They've just given too much room. They're showing the coverages, and it's easy with those breakout routes and that double move that Christian Watson should have caught. I'm thinking that they need to make some overhauls in the secondary with the way that they disguise pre-snap, play a lot more man-to-man coverage, and they're going to have to switch it up at the line of scrimmage to be able to get some pressure. They need some consistent pressure. So I'm not really worried about if the DBs are playing man-to-man coverage or zone blitz too much. You have to get the football out quickly, and this week is a different animal. You have a dual-threat quarterback, an MVP race candidate, leader, and Josh Allen, and he can do it all. He has a strong arm. He's going to move outside the pocket. So the 49ers, it's probably their last wish on a prayer, and they have to win this game in Buffalo.
So you mentioned Renardo, and he was playing really well. I thought Seattle went out at him repeatedly in the home loss a couple of weeks ago. He was playing so soft and off. And then in this game, he tried to get up more and run with Romeo Doubs, and Romeo Doubs is just a hard cover. That guy's a great route runner with great hands. He just beat him. The play to Christian Watson was Ike Yadam got beat. They got lucky he dropped the ball. If Charvarius Ward does come back, and that's a big if, he was back on the practice field last week, but, man, he lost his baby girl. I don't know when he's going to be able to do this, but he will at some point, assuming he goes back to left corner on the offensive right. What do you do? Obviously, Diameter Lenore is the other corner in the base, and he goes inside of the nickel. Who would you play right now, the rookie Renardo Green or the veteran Ike Yadam, Dante?
Well, they're playing on a similar basis, and there's no real influx with either of those guys. But the only thing is, Renardo Green is the future of, at cornerback for this team, especially next year. I'm not really sure what they're going to do with Charvarius Ward. So I would say you go with Renardo Green. His ceiling is just so much higher. And then Isaac Yadam has played well here and there, but there's times where he should have made plays that he didn't make. And go back to the Seattle Seahawks game, that catch from DK Metcalf where he caught it with his bicep on the sideline.
The third and 12.
Isaac Yadam is supposed to be there on his outside shoulder, and you might have a chance to pick that football off. He's not throwing the football to you, so you can't stop and jump. You have to play with leverage and depth. So I would say you go with Renardo Green because the ceiling is so high. He's a rookie, and he's shown you that he's capable of handling that outside cornerback spot.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we cross the midway point of our midday show, Papa and Silver. And Dante Whitner is kind enough to take some time out of his day and join us right now. Dante, shifting to the offensive side for a moment, time of possession was a big problem in this last game, and Green Bay, from the second play on, just bullied the 49ers and controlled the ground game, controlled the clock. I think part of why Christian McCaffrey has not been able to get going, along with Debo and some others, is that the 49ers didn't have a lot of plays to run, especially in that first half. So we don't know for sure if Brock Purdy's going to be able to go or not, but if it is Brandon Allen, how can the 49ers play to some of his strengths and those flashes we saw on that touchdown drive to maybe keep the ball and get some of these other guys into more of an offensive rhythm?
Well, first and foremost, they have to get Jordan Mason more carries. Remember how the 49ers offense was flowing pretty fluidly in the first 8 games of the season? I understand that everybody understands what Christian McCaffrey can do and his capabilities and the matchup issues, catching the ball out of the backfield. But Jordan Mason just gives you a different body type, a different style of running and attitude that defenses really don't want to face. They're okay with tackling Christian McCaffrey as long as it's not in the open field. A guy like Jordan Mason, you don't really want to tackle him in the A, B, and C gaps because of his physical prowess and ability. So I think that's first and foremost. And then the offensive line. First of all, they have to get healthy at the guard spots, and then they have to play with some continuity. They have to play with some rhythm, and they have to help each other out. A lot of those dual blocks where they're trying to get up to the second level and create explosives, the timing is off. Guys are leaving too early. They're not holding positional blocks. They're not straining. So that's number 2. And then hopefully Brock Purdy is on the football field. But if not, Brandon Allen did what he was supposed to do as a backup quarterback. He moved the ball up and down the field. He gave guys opportunity to catch the ball. Debo Samuel had 2 drops, one that led to an interception. There were multiple times where guys should have elevated their game to help your backup quarterback. But all in all, they're going to have to play better at each and every spot on offense. And then when we've seen the 49ers offense operate well in the past, they don't have negative plays. The ball is not on the ground. They don't have pre-snap penalties. They're not throwing the ball to the defense. They're not putting the ball on the ground. They're creating explosives with the RPO and the play action game, and they're creating explosives on the ground and with the screen game. They haven't done any of that. So they need to just put a drive together where they're looking and feeling like their old selves, and I think that they should be okay. But going into Buffalo, it's going to be a huge task. This is one of the top defenses in the league. They get pressure. They get turnovers. It's going to be loud. It's going to be cold. The 49ers have another daunting task this weekend.
You know Buffalo. You began your career in Buffalo, in Orchard Park, Western New York. First 5 years you were a Bill. I hope Brock does come back and play, but I am concerned about him being able to carve through that wind especially if we have any kind of precipitation, whether it's rain or snow. I'd rather have snow than rain, frankly. But Brock has had a hard time controlling the football, smaller hands in that kind of weather. Dante, just speak to what they're walking into. Green Bay was one thing, and it wasn't that bad for Green Bay. It was 43 degrees at kickoff. It got bad and it rained later in the game. But, my God, Buffalo, with that crown on the field, the winds whipping through the opened end where the players come through the locker room to the tunnel. You need a strong-arm quarterback, and they have one in Josh Allen. But just playing quarterback, if you've never played in that stadium, what's the challenges to do it on the first night? And it's going to be a night game. It's going to kick it off at 8:20, the first night of December.
Do you remember WWF wrestling?
Yes.
With the Undertaker and Shawn Michaels and just all those top wrestlers.
Yeah.
Well, what they're walking into in Buffalo is a combination of a hornet's nest and WWF wrestling, and it's going to be tough. Those fans are going to be rampant. They're going to be jumping through tables. That wind is going to be swirling. Remember, they still have that old Buffalo Ralph Wilson Stadium. It's going to be cold. The field is going to be hard. They're probably going to turn off the heated seats on the 49ers side. They're going to try to get every competitive advantage. And then not to mention they have one of the top teams in the National Football League, and they play at a level that's hard to match and sustain. So that's what they're going to be walking into this weekend.
What do you do with Josh? And the game that he played against the 49ers, 2020, and I was convinced that's when Kyle said, I got to go out and get one of those guys in the draft. They tried to get Trey Lance, North Dakota State, cold weather like Buffalo. But the way he rolled to his right, and he was right up against the right sideline over and over and over again and kept throwing the ball right down that sideline to Gabe Davis. Like, how does he keep that ball in bounds? He is a freak. He's 6'5", he's 240 pounds. The arm is a rocket. If any guy was made to carve through the Buffalo wind, it's Josh Allen, but he's also a big runner. So do you spy him? Do you blitz him? What do you do with this guy?
It's like every other mobile quarterback. Josh Allen is just a bigger, stronger guy, and he takes chances with the football and with his legs. And when you have a guy with that competitive nature that Josh Allen has, it's hard to really stop him. He's like an immovable force. The ability to get outside the pocket and make all the throws is what's really can hurt the defense. So you have to rush him evenly. You can't allow those vertical creases in the middle of the defense. You can't rush too far past the quarterback. You can't show him the coverages pre-snap. When you do blitz him, you have to get him on the ground. That's even a more daunting task, just getting him on the ground. But remember, he played at Wyoming. So he's cut from the cloth to where he can play in this type of weather. Going over to Buffalo was an upgrade for him from coming from Laramie, Wyoming, and that's not to say a lot. Yeah. So I think that he's just a true Buffalo Bill at heart. He's taken on the identity of the city, and he's put them really on his back. So it's really hard and difficult to stop him. There's some times where you just have to pray that he makes a mistake, which he hasn't been doing this year with only 5 interceptions and 18 touchdowns. So it's going to be a tremendous task for the 49ers defense, but they have the players. Hopefully Bosa is healthy. Hopefully they come with a new adjusted mindset for this week with a sense of urgency, and then they have to get the football. There's been a few games where they've had opportunities, even like last week, where they dropped 2 interceptions. If you get turnovers, it will directly correlate into touchdowns, and then ultimately you can possibly pull out the upset in Buffalo.
Dante, you said they have the players, and it appeared anything but on Sunday with all the injuries and Green Bay not even playing an A-plus game to me and seeming to run over the 49ers. Aside from the obvious and the captains, like your Fred Warners, your Christian McCaffreys, who are you looking at, particularly on the defensive side of the ball, to force Josh Allen into some of those mistakes that could keep the 49ers hanging around in this one?
Well, Leonard Floyd, he had 2 sacks last week, and he played in Buffalo. He knows a lot of those offensive players, so he could possibly have another big game. They're going to need a big game out of Malik Collins in the middle of the defense. For the last couple of weeks, he's really hasn't shown up in the run game or the pass game. And then I like the news about Dre Greenlaw. I'm not really expecting him to play this week, but if they can get this win, get him into some football shape, then that'll bring back their physical identity on defense within the linebacker group. And then on the outside, Diamador Lenoir, he's played phenomenally. He's going to have to take on some hard tasks this week with Shakir, and they got the young rookie, forget his name.
Coleman.
Keon Coleman. He's averaging almost 19 yards per catch, and he has about 3 or 4 touchdowns. Big body in the red zone. So all the defensive backs are going to have to step up this week. They have 11 guys with at least 1 touchdown catch. So everybody's going to have to strap it up and take the hard coverage because they're going to have to allocate more guys to the line of scrimmage and to pressure Josh Allen.
I'm dubbing this game the Dante Bowl. We got to think of the best players that have played for both the Bills and the San Francisco 49ers. OJ was not a good 49er. Takeo Spikes was a great TKO. Nate Clement signed him as a free agent. But Dante, you were a Bill for 5 years. The one-loss record, you portray it like you guys went 0-16 every year. The first 3 years you were competitive. You were 7-9. Then you slipped to a 6-10. And then you slipped to a 4-12. So overall, not great. And you got to the Niners and you started winning and going to championship games. But did I hear you correctly on 49ers Postgame Live on Sunday? You have a Buffalo or a Bills tat on your body, Dante?
I got it the day after I was drafted. And nobody expected me to go top 10. And the Buffalo Bills called me. Well, the New York Jets called me first. And said, if DeBrickashaw Ferguson isn't there with the number 4 pick, we're going to take you. And then they ended up taking him. And then the Buffalo Bills gave me a call, so I went and got a tattoo the next day. The only thing is that 4-12 year, I was fully physically, mentally, and spiritually exhausted. I had 147 tackles. I was number 4 in the entire NFL in tackles, and we did something prestigious as an entire unit on defense. We made it into the Hall of Fame, Canton Hall of Fame, Football Hall of Fame, as one of the worst rush defenses in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, boy.
So I don't feel like in Buffalo during my tenure I ever took the field and expected to win a game. Not once. I don't think we expected to win not one time, and that's the difference between our teams then and their teams now. Every time they take the field now with those fans behind them in Orchard Park, they expect to win games. So, it's going to be difficult.
What was your record against TB12 and the Patriots? Did you win a game against them?
Probably 0-10.
Oh, come on.
I was.
Did you lose everyone? What was Tom? I think Tom was like 18-3 against the Bills.
Yeah, and I was 0-10.
Maybe more.
I was 0-10. My first game ever, I intercepted him in the fourth quarter for my first interception to run it back to win the game, stop the losing streak. Nate Clements clipped somebody, and they called it back.
By the way, I got the numbers on Tom Brady's record against the Buffalo Bills. 33-3.
33. Yeah, it's even because he played there 20 years. Yeah, I know that. They don't.
Yeah, and then I had an embarrassing moment on Monday Night Football. Our defensive coordinator at the time, Perry Fuel, said, "Hey, we're going to fool Tom Brady. We're going to show 11 men at the line of scrimmage, and we're going to bail out, play a 2-man rush. We're going to play cover 2, and he's going to throw us the ball." He held the ball and threw an 87-yard touchdown over my head to Randy Moss. I never spoke to Perry Fuel a day after that.
That was the year he threw 50, and 23 went to Randy Moss that year. That was the year they were undefeated.
Unstoppable. So picture being a safety back there with 0 pass rush.
Not a good idea.
Dante,
Not a good idea.
Dante, again, happy Thanksgiving Eve. We really appreciate the time. And even if you're not feeling as optimistic as normal, it is always great to have you on the airwaves, and can't wait to do it again next week.
And it's always any given Sunday. So they're not out of it. It's just hard. It's going to be difficult.
They're not out of it. It's just hard. We're going to save that clip, Walter, and then we're going to play it 45 times when the 49ers pull this upset. Dante, have a great holiday weekend.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Talk
Thank
to you guys next week.
Likewise.
Always good catching up with Dante Whitner, and we'll keep talking Niners on the other side. I'm going to break right now, Greg, because we got a huge hour coming up between Ricky Waters at 12:30 and The Exorcism with the Foghorn at 12:50. It's Papa and Silver on a Tuesday on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Ricky Running Waters stops by the studio live and in person with Papa and Silver today at 12:30. Make sure to check out that interview on KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR social.
Hey everyone, it's Greg Silver, and despite the tough few days of Bay Area sports, there's still a lot to be thankful for on this Thanksgiving week. And one thing that I am thankful for is our good friend, Steve Moskowitz. That's right, he's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, and he's always helping out the people. And today, Steve, we're talking about unfiled and unpaid tax returns.
That's right, and I want your listeners to enjoy their Thanksgiving holiday. Enjoy the games. Not be worried, looking behind their back for when's that IRS agent going to come knocking on their door. Folks, if you haven't filed the tax returns, it's usually because you just didn't have the money, and that's okay. We want to cut a deal for you. And even if you did file the returns and you have no idea how you're going to pay it, you just feel so upside down, frustrated, there's no way in the world you can pay it, that's okay. Let's see what we can do for you. Do you qualify to just pay part and they forgive the rest, or forgive the penalties? Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or get your monthly payment that you can actually afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. We want to do everything for you. And the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess. I want to enjoy my Thanksgiving holiday.
Steve, get me out of this mess. I want to enjoy my Thanksgiving holiday. Always good to talk to Steve Moskowitz at Moskowitz LLP. For more, give Steve a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL. Or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Brent Jones in motion. The handoff is to Waters. He's got blockers in front. This is a good-looking play. Inside the 10, knocked the coordinator, and that's why Shanahan's here. Going to Waters, his third touchdown of the day. Francisco 49ers trying to add to their lead. That's Ricky Waters. 4 touchdowns.
So sometimes we talk about Raheem Mostert's 4 touchdowns in the 2019 NFC Championship game. What about the Ricky Waters 5 touchdowns in a playoff game, the 1993 NFC Divisional game against the Giants? And I got to say this, Greg, there's something amazing about those old school calls. I know a lot of these are well before my time, but I know you and your son Derek can go deep into the bag of old calls. And just to have somebody like Ricky Waters in studio today coming up, joining us live in just a few moments. It's going to be a quick segment because how could we waste any time with a legend like that?
Well, we got for who? For what? We got Ricky here with his 2 sons. He's rocking a Notre Dame Letterman's jacket. And those voices we heard, and we're going to hear them a lot on Thursday because it's going to be a John Madden turducken Thanksgiving for all 3 network games. That's Pat Summerall and John Madden. That defined Thanksgiving in our world. And Cowboys usually played a lot of games on Thanksgiving, but Ricky Waters, you mentioned the 5 in a playoff game. He had 3. Last time the Niners won a Super Bowl, Ricky had 3 touchdowns in that game. Jerry had 3 touchdowns in that game. They could have easily been the MVP, but Steve threw 6 in that game, so he got the MVP. Ricky Waters is back in the Bay Area. He was at Levi's for the Seattle game, and the fans just they love him. He just launched a children's book about adoption, and he's going to be open about his situation. He's going to love to talk about it, and the faithful were all over him. Obviously, he's been here before, but eventually when you keep knocking on Canton's door, you're going to go into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So Ricky is here, and he's going to be at the new Costco. The newest Costco in the Bay Area is opening tomorrow in Pleasanton. He's going to be there for a meet and greet from 3:30 to 6. I'm going to be there from about right after I leave Levi's and do interviews on a Wednesday, which is like a Thursday tomorrow. I'll be there from 5:30 to 8, so we'll overlap for a little bit of time. Elliot Gillespie, the owner of Gold Bar Whiskey, is here. We'll talk about what we're both going to do tomorrow, so come out and join us at the newest Costco in Pleasanton tomorrow. And so we'll talk to Ricky, and Ricky can really hold it. But then we're going to have the Exorcism with the help of Ricky Waters and Elliot, with the help of Gold Bar Whiskey. 24 touchdowns the Niners have scored all year. That's it. We may need at least 4 in Buffalo on Sunday, so we're going to figure out a way to sound that foghorn with the help of Gold Bar Whiskey, some shots now that we're approaching 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's almost happy hour. And with the one and only for who, for what, and maybe a future Hall of Famer, Ricky Waters.
This is how devoted I am to the cause. The type 1 diabetic in me really wants my blood sugars throughout the show, Greg, to be nice and steady. It's an art that we're learning every day, but when it comes to the exorcism, all bets are off, and I can't wait.
You don't have to do a shot. You can fake it. I can do 2
No.
2 for 1.
I left one of Dennis Schroeder's teams on the table. I forgot that he was a Houston Rocket.
Because of the Houston Rockets, you got to do 1 Gold Bar. You know, Elliot's mom's here. I think I'm going to do it Gillespie style, where I'm not going to do it into a cup. I'm just going to open up the gullet and like Viking chug it and just take it right out of the Gold Bar bottle.
Oh, this is going to be a real treat. It is a real treat. And after a rough 3-day sequence of Bay Area sports with 2 Warrior-blown leads, and we got into that earlier. We'll get into that again later when we catch up with JD in about an hour. And then, of course, the 49ers and what happened Sunday. Some possible good news and reasons for optimism moving forward, though. And today we are manifesting fun. We are manifesting good vibes. Brock Purdy's shoulder could be okay. Dre Greenlaw is going to be practicing tomorrow. And it's a lot to look forward to. So we will take a break in just a moment, but I know there's a lot going on in the studio right now, and want to make sure that everything is set. We got Walter doing like 4 different jobs at once, so it matters that we give Walter his time here. And so I also should tell you, this actually would be a good time to let everybody know while we kind of let everything settle here in the bullpen in the back that we are sponsored right now, this segment, by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria and Golden State Lumber. So when you succeed, we succeed. Golden State, you can visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. And for Amici's, when you want the best pizza in town, yeah, you've heard it before, Amici's delivers. So, Greg, real quick before we kind of wrap things up and get over to Ricky Waters, you ever play those Immaculate Grid games?
I have. Not lately. Why do you bring it up? What do you got going?
When we're talking to Dante, when you're talking about the Niner-Bill crossover, they don't have Niner-Bills today. They have Niners crossover with the Bengals. That could be like a Trent Taylor.
All-time Niners and Bills?
Yeah, I'm thinking we'd have to give a full grid just devoted to Niners and Bills. Dante would be on there.
We could do that later. We got to get 9 for the Niner. I mean, OJ. But he wasn't a great Niner, and you can't bring up his name. I was on 3 podcasts yesterday in Buffalo and kept bringing up his 2003 year, and it was crickets. No one wanted to bring that up.
The worst thing about O.J. Simpson was his tenure as a 49er. I think we can all agree on that one.
He was hurt. He had bad knees, thanks to the Seattle Seahawks.
All right, we're going to take a break now, get to Ricky Waters, because we're going to go off the rails if we don't do that. And why would I wait any longer for Ricky? It's Papa and Silver here on a Tuesday. Ricky Waters next on The Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Waters, 5 for the day. 5 touchdowns by Ricky Waters.
Yeah, I scored 5 touchdowns too once, maybe, in some pickup game that lasted 3
Madden
hours.
game?
Yeah, maybe Madden, something like that. What a treat we have on the Papa and Silver show. I'm Greg Silver. He's Greg Papa. But we're the two least important people in the room right now because we've got Ricky Waters, a 49er from 1992, part of the championship team. In fact, he's an NCAA champion. He's a Super Bowl champion. He's a 5-time Pro Bowler. And we're going to manifest a gold jacket coming his way. He's also got his 2 boys, Shane and Ricky Jr., in the house today. So great to be with everybody. And there is no Uma guest line because he's right in front of us. You can see him here on YouTube and Twitch. Thanks so much for being here.
Oh, man, thanks for having us.
So much to get to. But I think we're feeling good vibes about you being cantonized this year, Ricky. We'll get into that. But with your boys in studio, show the audience the book. You have launched a children's book about adoption. It is so powerful. Your story, your family's story. It is the holiday season with Thanksgiving coming up. You guys got so much to be thankful for. But tell us about the book and what it's about, Rick.
Yeah, it's about adoption. I was adopted, and my youngest son, Shane, was adopted as well. So I got to pay that forward. But also, it's just a heartfelt book that I believe anybody could resonate with and relate to. And I wrote it. It's poetry, really, and it was just a poem. I've kind of written poetry kind of my whole life. I've always written poetry, and it wasn't always the best thing as far as, you're living in the hood and guys are like, you're a poet. But all of a sudden, if it's rap, then it's
the
cool.
same thing, isn't it?
And then it's kind of cool. But it's turned into this book, and I just think it's such a heartfelt book. And it's
Can I take a look at it?
for you, my man.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm a father of 5, so this will hit home. Unbelievable.
And it's through the eyes of my older son, Ricky Jr. He was just so amazing and instrumental in this whole thing. He always would, for Christmas, when we'd say, what's your Christmas list? At the top of the list was a little brother. He always said that. He wanted a little brother and everything. And we always, when I talked with my wife from the time we first started getting together and everything, I was saying, I'm adopted. And I was like, I always thought of adopting a kid. What do you feel about that? She was like, man, I would love to adopt a kid and all that. So it's really great to be able to pay it forward and have this commemorance of what actually happened and how these guys have this special bond to this day that they've always had. This guy was like a little dad, really. I mean, he would be the one, hey, buddy, make sure.
What's the difference in ages between the two of you?
I am, what am I, like 24 now? Jeez.
24. He's 24.
Yeah, and I'm 17, so about like 6.5 years, 7.
Wow, that's so special. So, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but you've been knocking on Canton's door for a while.
Yes, knock.
One day they're going to knock 3 times. One day you're getting in. Hopefully Roger Craig goes as well.
Yes.
So I don't want to jinx the whole thing, but I feel like this will be a big part of your induction speech, just where you came from, to tell the story of your adoption and your family. Would that be safe to say? They get up there and talk about your adoption and what life was like for you growing up, Rick.
Yeah, and I was a baby when I was adopted, but it couldn't have gone better for me as far as my adoption, because my dad was this veteran, this Army veteran, and he's a tough guy and everything. And if it wasn't for him, there's no way I would have made it to the pros. He was always there with me. He drove me everywhere I went. He drove me to school. He drove me to practices, whatever I needed. He was there for me. And my mom had that other side. She was very nurturing, very caring. And so I had a really good balance. And I'm so glad I was able to have them as parents. And that I just wanted to pay that forward to another kid, if I ever got the chance, because they put me in Catholic school. At first I was like, God, I'm not in the school with the people that I live around. Yeah. And I was like, God, I want to go to school with them. But I realized what they did for me, the great education that they gave me, the things that I learned there, and the pride that they that they gave me in myself.
I have a question for your boys, if you don't mind, because I am not a father myself, and I'm very thankful to have a great relationship with my father, who I think has taught me a lot of important values, whether that be in this profession or well outside of it. And I know Ricky Jr.'s nodding his head over there. I guess for either of you, just what have you learned from your father? We've talked about him as a football player so much, being the flagship of the 49ers, but just in terms of being a man and the values to pass on to this next generation, and just the importance of family as you go through whatever it is in life, sports or otherwise.
I mean, I would definitely say that family is the most important thing that you have in this world. Like, there's nothing else. Like, you don't have a bond like that with anything else, whether it's a team, whether it's whatever. They may say a team is like a family, but I don't know, more maybe coworkers that you would think highly of. But, for sure. But, yeah, I mean, the connection that I have with these guys, with my family, especially with Shane, because that's all I've ever wanted in my entire life was Shane. So, props to Shane for being awesome. But, yeah, like, your family will always be in your corner. Your family will always stand up for you. Your family is pretty much the only thing you got in this crazy world. So.
Yep, and I could tell you, man, it's like the way he was with him was amazing. He's never closed the door on him to this day. If he needs to come in, he wants to talk to him, he can go in there. He knows that. It's never like, get out my room, the kind of the sibling rivalry thing that that siblings have. They don't have that. They're always helping each other. They always talk things out. If they do have anything, they talk it out themselves. We might have to interject a little bit, but it's like, it's so good. And that's why I wanted to commemorate it somehow. And people started hearing because I would like just read. It was really just for them. I would read it to them and we would talk about it, and they, it was something that was good for us. But this now is for the fans, it's for people who are out there dealing with these situations. Even people, like I said, it doesn't even matter if you are adopted or you're dealing with any type of adoption, or somebody who's adopted or whatever. It's good to see this dynamic, and even us, a multiracial family, coming together like we have, and how much we care for each other and we're there for each other. My wife, she's my manager. She handles my stuff.
She keep you in line?
She keeps me in line.
Nobody else could.
No chance.
The words here are so beautiful, Ricky, but the illustrations by Penny Weber are amazing. And you just watching you guys, this truly is brotherly love, where your dad played a few years. I don't know why they call Philadelphia the city of brotherly love, because
I know you're going to say
they don't love anything there. They don't love their own brothers there. So, but I want you to compare, because you started your career with the Niners, and then you go to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And you did end in Seattle. I kind of forgot that stage of your career, frankly, my choice. But just the fan base of playing here for the Niners, winning the Super Bowl, and they're great fans, but they're completely different. What was it like going from the Niners and Shangri-La here and then going to Philadelphia?
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, it was tough times, especially in the beginning. But I liked the fact that I was able to go when I did go to Philly, and once I realized that was, the future and that was the place that I was going to play, that I was able to win them over the way I did. My hard work, my dedication. The team voted me captain. They voted me, player of the year, stuff like that, offensive player of the year, 2 different times or whatever. So it's like just being able to go somewhere like that. I felt like I won the fans over there. The fans, I didn't hardly have to worry about eating there or paying for my food there. People were always like, yeah, come on out, and come to this restaurant, come there. And, you're getting the free food. Of course, I got that same stuff here. I got much love here, and I love the fans. And that's why we came back here and we live here now. And, I love the fans. And I love giving back to them. I was able to go to the Seattle game, actually, because you mentioned Seattle.
A couple weeks ago.
And the fans, man, it was lined up around the corner, to get the book and to get my autograph and for me to spend time with them and take pictures with them and sign their things.
You obviously ate when you were in Philadelphia. Literally and figuratively. You ran the ball one year 353 times there, and you also caught 51. So you had 400 touches. You were targeted 70. I mean, for those of the on the audience too young to remember Ricky, and there were a lot of Thurman Thomas with Buffalo was a dual threat, and today it's Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
But you were like that, where you were not only carrying it 350 times, but you were targeted. People are all up on Kyle for using Christian so much. You can speak to that kind of workload and then the ability, because you don't take plays off. You're not coming off the field on third down. You're catching the ball on third down, and you're blocking.
That's
so
right.
Do you see any of McCaffrey in the game way you played? And what was it like? What was your body like to touch the ball 400 times in an NFL season, Ricky?
Yeah, well, back then, it's probably temporary insanity when you're playing football. You don't think about it. You don't think, you just want to be the best you can. You just want to win. You want to be the best for your team. And I was always thinking of how to get better and what I can do more for the team and for us to win. And those are all the things that I had to do for us to win for that team. And I wouldn't change it for the world. And at the same time, though, once you get older, you start looking back and say, man, I guess I didn't need to have the ball so much.
Gruden was your OC then. What the hell is with John?
Because you're hurting.
Do you have any other play than get the ball to 32? What's going on?
And I love that. And I love that I think that it was what I did in practice too, because I would set the tone in practice, and I'm sure that once they watch me in practice, they're like, man, you got to get this guy the ball. He's going to give us the best chance to win. We had other great players, obviously, there too. Charlie Garner, I thought it was good how they would bring him in and use him. I thought it helped me out a little bit, and it kept me fresher. And even when I'm looking at it now with McCaffrey, love when he's on the field, love how he plays. He does. Even his dad said that he watch my films and stuff like that, which obviously makes me very happy. Again, I do see the similarities, but I also have to say when Jordan Mason got in there this year, man, I mean, the way he ran, I feel like you can use both of those guys, and you can keep him a little fresh. You can let Jordan Mason be a battering ram a little bit, because he is that. I mean, he looked like beast mode this year at times when he was running the football. So I think that you could use him a little more, and I think that would actually help McCaffrey out in the long run.
If you just turned on your car recently or popped it on the app and you're hearing the audio, we are talking to Ricky Watters, Super Bowl champion with the 49ers, and he brought us two boys today,
That's
Shane
right.
and Ricky Jr., so a real treat for us here in the studio at KNBR. And you experienced good seasons that came up short before you reached the mountaintop with this organization in particular. Right now, the 49ers heading into this season, there's a really high sense of urgency, and it's not going well. They're 5-6, and we don't know what's going to happen roster construction-wise if they don't make the playoffs or this just kind of sputters out. Just talk a little bit about kind of the mental grind of what it's like to come back after reaching a certain point in the season, and also what made this organization and the players that you played with at the time so special to where you became champions.
Well, I can say the last one I can definitely talk about very easily. What made us champions was guys believing in each other, playing for each other. I came in, I wasn't the leader on the team, obviously. I was a young guy, and we had great leadership. We had great coaching. Attention to detail was there. And we got to the point that we even, as we were practicing, we weren't beating each other up anymore. We weren't just like practicing where you're just 9-on-7 and guys are hitting and we're blocking all the time. It was more like, you guys know what you're doing. If you play with that detail that we expect you to play with, then you don't have to hit all the time. And so we weren't hitting, and we were fresh. And I think that had a lot to do with it as well, because you see the injuries. And I'm not saying that that's what they're doing and they're getting hurt, but injuries can derail any team. If you look at it, every team feels like they have a chance to win it in the beginning. In preseason, you always hear all around the country, we got a good chance this year. We got a good chance. And two, you get out there on the field and then you start seeing, okay, maybe there are some things that we need to tighten up. We had one of the best teams in the history of football, if you ask me. I feel like that team that we had can go up against any team of any era. I don't care who, I don't care Baltimore. I love, their defense and all that stuff, but we would have gave them fits. They would have had to stick me out of the backfield. I wouldn't have just ran at, up in the middle and you're like, and just tee off on me. we would have put you in the mix too, where you got to stick us in the open field. And let's see what you can do with that.
Now, you guys were loaded. You were halfback, bar none. William Floyd,
Bar none.
Jerry, T.O. I mean, it was just Brent Jones and Steve. And George Seifert was the head coach, and he should be in the Hall of Fame one day. He's underrated.
He should. Love him.
The offensive coordinator was Mike Shanahan.
Yes.
In 92, 93, and then you guys finally broke through and won in 94, got the monkey off your back. What was it like playing for Mike? And do you remember Kyle as just a kid hanging around practice?
I know that's
on game
crazy.
days?
That's the crazy part. But yes, yes, it's crazy that he's the coach now. Not crazy because he's very smart and he understands the system and everything and what he's trying to do. And obviously, his dad showed him the way. He was a great offensive coordinator for us. He obviously became a great head coach too at Denver. So he obviously knows what he's doing. And that's what I was saying about our coaching. Our coaching was so good too. And it was such an attention to detail. And the way we practiced, it was just amazing the things that we would do. We'd get the jugs machine, the jugs machine with the wheels, and it just shoots it way out. And it's for kickoffs and punts and that kind of thing. But we would put it right at us, and we'd run by it and catch it. And when I was able to walk up on that thing and just catch it right off of it, like Jerry would do and John Taylor and them were doing, and almost not.
Ed McCaffrey was on that team. Christian's dad.
Right. They told me to put a helmet on, and then I knew why. Because the ball ricocheted off the helmet. It would have took my head off the first time I was tried to do that. So it's like that's the kind of detail we worked with, and we were trying to even getting off the ball, and getting off with different defensive backs and safeties and really strong guys up on you.
How did you take to the outside zone, the running scheme? Did you figure that out right away?
Loved it.
Did you? It was made for you?
Yeah, I loved it. I love cutting back on it too, but also if you get outside on it,
just turn the corner.
You just turn that corner and you're downhill fast on those guys, and they don't want to see a guy like me coming full speed at them in the secondary. They're jumping out the way and they're trying to Olay.
So great having you in studio. And Ricky's going to be with us. We're going to have one more fun segment coming up. Tomorrow, though, I know you were back for the Seattle game, and the faithful turned out for this is such a beautiful book, a gift called Shane.
Thank you so much.
And you're going to be in the East Bay. You live out in Orinda now. You're going to be at the newest Costco opening in the Bay Area tomorrow in Pleasanton. I'm going to be there actually right after you're done, so you get the audience warmed up, and I'll come in and hopefully we'll hang on to the lead. I'll be there from 5:30 to 8.
That's what's
You'll be there
He's
from
got to get everyone
3:30
in a
to
good
6.
mood. He's like, everyone's going to be in a good mood to see me.
It's the night before Thanksgiving. We're going to do gold bar shots tomorrow night. We're going to do it a little bit here. But tell for the people that want to come see you in person and maybe get a book and a signing and your amazing story. You are going to be at the newest Costco opening in the Bay Area in Pleasanton tomorrow from 3:30 to 6. So what are you going to be doing there?
Yeah, I'm so excited about that. I did it before. With Gold Bar and doing it again because it turned out so well and the people received me so well over there, and I just come out to see me. We're gonna have some fun. You know how I do. I would take pictures with you, sign your stuff. We're gonna have some fun with it. You come get that book. Like I said, the book is a heartfelt book that anyone would love. It's not just about adoption. It is about adoption, but it's not just that. It's so much more to me, and our family is kind of an amazing family. I feel like multiracial family. I just think it's great to show, what we're about.
It's America.
And love, man. Love. Instead of hate, let's talk about love.
So great.
Well,
spread some love.
While you're spreading love and joy at Costco, Greg is going to be in the corner of the store pouring Gold Bar shots at one of the sample stands.
We're doing it right now. You guys old enough to drink?
I got Ricky is
17.
I'm way too young.
Show me a finger. I mean, you're a Golden Domer, and you're playing for the red and gold, and now it's Gold Bar whiskey.
Oh, I love it.
So you know what we're going to do? We're going to bring Elliot Gillespie in.
That sounds good.
We're not scoring touchdowns the way we scored last year. They're not good in the red zone. We should call it the gold zone in honor of Gold Bar whiskey.
Ooh, I like that.
So we're going to have an exorcism. We're going to bring the foghorn in. We're gonna play it. We're gonna sound it off. Elliot's gonna come in like Debo and Trent with a big boom box. He's gonna come bump it in here.
Oh, I love when they do that.
And then we're gonna do a touchdown. And then we're gonna do Gold Bar shots. And the Niners are gonna score. How many touchdowns we need to beat Buffalo? 5, 6.
Yeah, we're gonna need some.
Enough.
We're gonna need some.
We gotta score.
We gotta score.
Oh, awesome. Well, this is a real treat for us. It's only day 7 of the Papa and Silver show. We've had a lot of movement at KMBR, and it's, been, I'd say a lot more bitter than sweet in a lot of ways to have some changes here. So to have you come in and obviously talk football, but more importantly, share the story of your family, get to meet your two boys, and have them sit side by side here. This is a real treat for us, so we can't thank you enough, Ricky.
Oh, right on. Appreciate you. I'm so proud of these guys.
You guys staying for the gold bar shots? You're welcome.
Absolutely.
You're welcome.
I know Ricky is.
He chimed right in. Damn straight. Let's do it.
I'm going to have Walter abort this now
We love
before Greg's pushing any underage drinking. It's Papa and Silver. The Waters family's in the house, and we got the Exorcism coming up next. Please don't go anywhere on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers president of football operations and general manager John Lynch stopped by the morning show today with Murph and Marcus and voiced his displeasure with the recent play of the San Francisco 49ers heading into yet another must-win game, this time in Buffalo, or as everyone's calling it, the Papa Bowl. Check out that podcast and more on the KBR app, YouTube, and KBR Social.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
"24-Karat Magic," Bruno Mars, Walter, DJ on the beats. Here's the thing about Papa and Silver. It's day 7 of the show. We're experiencing something new all the time. And today's new event is a dance party. Yeah, that's right. We have the Waters family in the house. If you missed that interview with Ricky, go check that out on YouTube, Twitch, or our podcast page. And now we got Greg Papa with his 49ers Exorcism holding...
Where's Debo and Trent? We got the Niner Gold Boombox, thanks to Gold Bar Whiskey. Elliot, get in here. We've met Elliot Gillespie. I love the old school. That jacket's from the Ricky Waters era, isn't it? Or maybe Ken Willard, going back even more. So Ricky Waters, going back to the East Bay, lives in Orinda now. He's going to the newest Costco in the Bay Area, opening tomorrow in Pleasanton. I'll be there. Ricky will be there from 3:30 to 6, and then I'll be there from 5:30 to 8. I did one in Napa right before the season started, and it was so great. So Elliot, the owner, who has brought us Gold Bar Whiskey into the studio, this boombox is vintage. What, do you have this in the garage?
This is a custom bump box that we got gifted to us at our watch party on Sunday, and it is one of one.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm jealous, man. I want one of those.
Here, bring this over there.
That thing is cool. Look at that.
So do you see Trent and Debo rocking the big red 49er boombox when they come in, especially for road games? You guys do back in the day like Radio Raheem and do the right thing?
I would have
Coach
loved to.
Seifert allow that, or Mike Shanahan?
No chance. It was all business, baby.
Didn't work. All right, so we were talking yesterday. The red zone woes have been prominent. Just scoring touchdowns. The Niners, last year, Christian McCaffrey scored 21 touchdowns alone. He had a streak where he scored 17 straight games. He tied an NFL record by scoring a touchdown in every game. We are in a touchdown drought, Greg. What are the numbers this year?
24 touchdowns, 11 games, and they're averaging 23.6 points per game. The only team, not the only team, but the team that they are directly above, I should say, is the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have been almost made fun of for the last 3 years as great defense. Mike Tomlin never has a losing season, and they cannot move the ball.
All right, so when the Niners do score a touchdown, whether it's home or on the road, Elliot, what is the tradition? I'm not aware of it because I'm busy calling them. But around the Bay Area, when the Niners score a touchdown, what is the Bay Area collectively doing?
We're celebrating with a shot of Gold Bar Whiskey, Greg.
Is that what we're doing?
That's what we're doing.
So 24-karat gold. We're going to do it more. So here's what we're going to do. And I got the foghorn in studio. I got it, the faithful foghorns. They actually gave me one of these. And you see these out in the parking lots. They're sounding the foghorn. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to simulate at least one. We'll see how the Gold Bar's going down today, the night before Thanksgiving. And tomorrow night is the biggest drinking night in America, right? We all come back from high school, our friends in college, and we hit it pretty hard on a Wednesday night. So we're going to do it tonight. So let's simulate it. And then we're going to sound the foghorn, and then we're going to develop a little taste for Gold Bar Whiskey, and we're going to exercise the touchdown drought right here.
This is it.
So you ready? 3rd and goal, Niners on the 10-yard line. Purdy back, throws over the middle, caught by Ricky Waters, breaks a tackle, dives in the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco! I need a Gold Bar shot.
Yes, sir. Cheers, baby.
Oh,
tastes like victory.
So good.
Drought is over, baby.
That goes down smoothly. How you doing? We got one down.
Pretty good.
That's not bad.
That's pretty good.
It really is.
Not bad. You got a fake ID? I'll give you one. Dad won't even. That was good. There's nothing like Gold Bar Whiskey. The Golden Joe, your big spot, your big.
That's the Golden Joe, our classic cocktail, and we're drinking the Joe Montana 273 edition right here.
That's it right there.
As our shot of choice
hold that up
today.
for the camera so we can see that. Well, let me see. You got a camera on you? Give it over to Ricky.
We got one
Ricky.
right for
Ricky's got a solo camera.
look at
on
that.
him.
Look at that.
And what do you have in front of you,
My
Ricky
man.
Waters? You have the Rick House?
Yes, and the Rick House, baby.
Is that named after Ricky Waters?
It should have been, yes.
We're going to say that.
We're going to say that.
We're going to say that.
So good. So was that enough? One shot? And we exercised the touchdown
good.
drought?
I'm feeling really good vibes right now,
We got to
Greg.
score more touchdowns, Rick. We got to get in the end zone more. What's going on with the offense?
Well, I think Purdy's coming back, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
He's a big part of it. We obviously need our quarterback. He's such a great game manager. I think he does such a great job. And he's even faster than I thought he was. I see some of the runs that he's making and the plays that he's making where he's keeping it going even though he had to get out of the pocket. I think he's doing a great job, and I would love to see him obviously back in there.
Without a doubt. So tomorrow, we're all going to the East Bay. The newest Costco in the Bay Area is opening in Pleasanton. I was at one, and you were at one previously. I was at the one in Napa, and that was overflow crowd. We did it till closing time. We'll do it again tomorrow. So, Elliot, tell us what's going to happen tomorrow. 3:30 to 6. Ricky, you'll be there for the signing, and I'll be there from 5:30 to 8 tomorrow.
That's right, Greg. That's right. So it's going to be great. We got some limited edition new Gold Bar commemorative bottles coming out as well for the opening. And it's going to be great to meet Ricky, meet Greg, and get your signatures, get a picture, and be part of another great opening in the Bay Area. So, yeah, pleasure to have you guys.
Now, how many, I don't think you're doing it this weekend, the Sunday after Thanksgiving, but you do have watch parties to your site over on Treasure Island, right? How many of those you doing?
Well, we did a big one on Sunday, so that was pretty great. Yeah, we're doing them every few games. Yeah, every few games. Every few games, yeah. But I'll be in Buffalo this weekend,
you are
so I'm
coming to
feeling that's
Buffalo.
why I wanted to come in and get a lucky shot. We'll be bringing the Gold Bar.
We're taking them down.
Yeah.
We'll be bringing the Gold Bar. We need some wins and we need some touchdowns, and yeah, we'll be there. I'm ready for the cold.
That's my hometown, Per capita, there are more bars in Buffalo, New York than anywhere in the country. May not have the population they have in other places, but we have bars. They're going to love the Gold Bar whiskey. I think we need one more, don't we?
Let's do it.
I feel like one. We're going to need multiple.
I'm not going to argue with you.
While he's pouring those out, I will tell you that you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader.
Are we allowed to do this, by the way? What does the FCC say about us drinking? They're not actually Gold Bar whiskey. It's just kind of...
It doesn't interfere with the airwaves.
I think it's cough syrup is what it is.
It sounds like a Mike Holler problem, if anything.
Yeah, don't worry about him.
Don't worry about
By the way, so just to give everyone a little context and fill some time here, we are on day 7 of Poppin' Silver. Actually, technically day 6 because you were
It's
off
taken
last
so long
Tuesday.
for us to drink. I think it was day 1 of Poppin' Lund. We were doing a bottle of vodka, so it's taken a while.
And Walter and I, Walter, who's been great, by the way, as the producer for the show, kind of helping me in this co-host, co-producer role. We're getting these like rundowns going every day, kind of have at least a general shell of what we want to do. And then we got Greg just texting us like, no, it's 12:50. We got Elliot coming in and we're doing the Exorcism. And we're like,
Do you feel the vibe? Do you think
I'm feeling good.
Can the guys in the locker room, can this generate, they got to score more.
Definitely.
Without Nick Bosa, they went to the Lambeau Field. I'm so sick of hearing, we go to Minnesota and all you hear, and it's not even when they score a touchdown there. In Minnesota, we hear every time they get a damn first down, it's,
Oh, yeah, it is.
I'm like, you didn't even score anything. We don't celebrate touchdowns. Although Sunday at Lambeau, I did get excited when Carl Juszczyk had a first down finally with 6 minutes to go in the first half. And then Sunday, we go to Lambeau Field, and it's the Todd Rundgren. Every time Josh Jacobs scored a damn touchdown, I don't want to work. I just want to bang on my drum all day.
See, they do it to annoy you.
We don't want that. And then I know what's coming Sunday because I was there in Buffalo, New York, Orchard Park in the Southern Tier. Every time they score a touchdown, they're talking proud about their city, Buffalo. So we got to counteract it with our
Buffalo wings.
Eating Buffalo wings from the Anchor Bar. They love it in Buffalo. They're talking proud. We can't have more than that. So here we go.
Big up to my man Thurm, though. Thurm.
He's a great player.
He's a great player.
You played a lot like Thurman Thomas.
He's a good friend of mine.
Oh, how good was he?
Oh, he's awesome.
Yeah, he was so good. So that's what they do in Buffalo. So in San Francisco, what we do is we celebrate with a foghorn. We got to do one more.
Yeah.
And I gave you one. I'm going to do one. I'll never get a chance to do this one, so I want to do it like this. So this is the way it's going to be. First and 10 Niners on the 18-yard line. Their own 18-yard line. Steve Young under center. It's a toss sweep to Ricky Waters. Is Ricky going to cut it back? No. He's staying play side. He turns the left corner down the sideline. 30, 40, 50, 40. He's going to go all the way. 30, 20, 10. Ricky running Waters. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Are you kidding me? How could you ever get tired of that, baby?
What's the longest touchdown run you ever had in the NFL?
I don't remember.
You gotta look it up. Ready?
It might have got called back.
And exercising the touchdown drought. Forget the red zone. It's the gold bar zone.
Hey. Great job.